Tradoon. I present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
Butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. The Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to
We'll
Paleontologizing.
be examining is a paleontologist.
And Seaborn Show, thank you for that raid. Welcome. It is wonderful to have you here. Thank you for joining us. And thank you, Seaborn Show, for raiding it. Everybody else, thank you for being here right at the beginning of the stream. We're going to have an interesting one today. And I'm glad you could be here for it. Happy Friday to all of you, by the way. If it happens to be Friday where you are, like it is where I am. Or,
Tommy Plodicus gifted a tier 1 sub.
Thank you, Tommy Plodicus. Appreciate that, Tommy Plodicus. Anyway, Seaborn Show, how was your stream? I hope it was really good. Perfect timing on that raid. What did you get up to? What were you doing? Some just chatting. Excellent. Well, I hope it went well. And, J. Giles Wisp says, finally made it to a stream. Only took being off work for oral surgery. Well, I hope that surgery goes well. Hope they got you on some good stuff. Welcome to Paleontologizing. For anybody who's new, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist, a scientist who studies fossils. Not a fossilized scientist, but a scientist who studies fossils. I studied dinosaur fossils in particular, like this Ceratosaurus up here. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I think about nearly every waking hour of the day, and what I talk about 5 days a week here on Twitch. Likewise, what I dig up during the summers. This past summer, from June through August, I was out in the Badlands of Wyoming and Utah, digging up dinosaurs and live streaming it.
All right.
We'll be doing that again this next summer. I'm very excited for that.
Let's see here. Let's see what people in chat are saying. But welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. It's great to have you here. Hopefully you can hear me. Let me know if you can't. Yeah.
Anyway, the whole point of these broadcasts was to be able to bring you along and
get into some plastic
show you what it's like to actually dig up dinosaurs.
In one of these streams before, you're in for a treat. This is... oh boy, plastering. And this is a big part of what we do out here, creating these protective cocoons for these fossils so we can get them safely out of the ground and back to the laboratory.
Anyway, the whole point of these broadcasts, whether I am out in the field or whether I'm back here in my office, the point is to give you an inside peek into how paleontology works. To give you an opportunity to ask questions and have them answered firsthand, to get perspective that you wouldn't otherwise have on natural history, on extinction and evolution, and this grand pageant of life on our incredible planet Earth, and how we fit into it, what it all means. That's the whole point of all this, and I'm glad you could be here for it. Let me know if you've got any questions. We're gonna have a fun stream today. Mr. Maxey says, where will we be digging next summer? Same places, it looks like. Wyoming in the same place. We've got more of last year's dinosaurs to excavate, so we'll be doing some of that. And then, hopefully later on in the summer, we'll be in eastern Utah. And then maybe, as early as May, we will be in eastern Idaho, digging up dinosaurs. That's kind of dependent on the weather, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah. With LJ, there you go, Claire, yeah. We will be leaving for the field in the month of May, at the very end of May at the latest. May 31st is when we're going to begin our field work in Wyoming. So it'll have to be earlier in May if I'm going to be in Idaho at all. So yeah. But yeah. Anyway, it's so good to have everybody here. Holy cow. And yes, I actually heard, okay. Rumor time. Good rumor time. I heard from Ethan that we might actually have a very generous benefactor who will be making a sizable contribution to our fieldwork in Wyoming this year. So cross your fingers that goes through. Person might even be watching right now, but anyway, we might have
it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Thank you for the 11 months there, Nerthos. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for your support of this channel. Appreciate you. Past 11 months. And Majestic Biscuit, 100 bits. Thank you for that. Yeah, good stuff. Thank you, Majestic Biscuit. Holy moly. Thank you for keeping me online for the past 11 months there, Nerthos. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Yeah. On today's broadcast, we're going to be doing some Q&A. We're going to be looking at some fossil news. We'll be talking about a recent ruling from ICS, from the International, or ICC, International Chronostratigraphic Commission? Or International Commission on Stratigraphy, ICS? I forget. We'll find that out, and then, you've heard of this term, the Anthropocene, or the Anthropocene. Tomato, potato. That human beings have altered our planet so much that we basically need, like, a new geological moment that should be there on the time charts, like post 1950. They ruled against that recently, and I happen to agree with this ruling. We'll be talking about why. It's not that humans have not altered our planet in ridiculous and tremendous ways. It's that maybe that's kind of harder to pick up in the rock record than most of these designations that we have for different slots of geological time. We'll be talking about that in a bit. We might get into some Spinosaurids stuff as well. Some of you have heard some news about Spinosaurids not being active pursuit predators, swimming like crocodiles through the water. I'm working on Spinosaurids too. We might even touch on my research a little bit. I really need to get that thing submitted for publication before I leave for the field again this year. Yeah, we'll talk about Spinosaurids too, I think, and then we'll see what other questions people have. Speaking of which, let me scroll up to the top of chat, or the top of chat as it exists now, and say hello to whoever's here. Golganak, how are you doing, Golganak? Always wonderful to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Claire Burr, thank you for everything you do, Claire. It's good to see you. I like those emote hybrids there. Oh, those are fun. Mr. Maxie says, my favorite dinosaur is probably Concavenator. Ah, very cool, Mr. Maxie. We've talked about Concavenator before. Cool critter. Yeah, the most well-known dinosaur from Spain, arguably. Yeah. Lenina, how are you doing? It's good to see you as always, Lenina. Happy Friday to you. I hope you're having a good one. Hope you're ready for the weekend. Steely Dan, great to see you too. Welcome, welcome. Majestic Biscuit, hello again. Glad to have you here. Neilf, what's shaking with you? Good to see you. We've got Tommy Plodicus. We've got MS Coggins. We've got Charlie's Dragon. We've got Victorious. We've got Fall Machine. And Nathaniel Soar. How are you doing, Nathaniel Soar? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, Knight of Coins, hello to you, Bojangle Jenkins. Welcome, welcome. Fanky Panky 81, how are you doing?
This is really not what paleontology is like.
And Jay Attenborough. Well, well, well. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Your relative D Attenborough is someone we all admire here. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. And Richard Attenborough too, to a certain extent. I don't know, David Attenborough though. Patron saint of naturalists. What a treasure he is. Dan Hirug, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Sassy Skittles says, was actually going to do work, but this is far more interesting. Well, welcome, welcome, Sassy Skittles. Let me know if you've got any questions. As I make my way down to the bottom of chat, I'll try and say hello to everybody, and then I will be ready to receive your questions and return some answers, let's hope. Rosand, how are you doing? Otto the Potato says, Tradoon Extinction Event. Yep. It's Evolution, how are you doing? Howdy, howdy. It's good to see you back. I hope you're doing well. Yeah. Yeah, and then there's J. Giles Wisp. I'm glad you're here too. Oscar Bar. Howdy, howdy. That's such an entertaining video. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, that's one of my favorite cold open videos that I made. Yeah. Alright, what else we got? Steely Dan says, Happy International Women's Day. How is there only one International Women's Day? That's like more than half of the world population. It's like being, it's like being like, oh, Happy Northern Hemisphere Day. How is that? Yeah. Anyway, Steely Dan, I appreciate you. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Phoenix the Archaeologist, what's shaking with you? Kodali, it's good to see you. And yeah, Oscar Bar says, what's the community policies of the public joining in and observing of the fieldwork? There are some volunteer programs for sure, but the whole reason why I'm live streaming it is that I want it to be as accessible as possible, so you can watch from home without having to, sleep in a tent for weeks on end or put up with 110 degree Fahrenheit temperatures, like 44 degrees Celsius or whatever that is. Yeah. But yeah, let's see here. I did have a participate command, I think. Let's see if that's still up. Yeah. Mommy Does says, we got everybody. Yeah, Mommy Does. How are you doing? Nathaniel Source says, what Spinosaurs do you know, Danny? You want me to just rattle off a bunch of genus names, Nathaniel Soar? I don't know. I know most of them. I study them. I'm working on a new publication on Spinosaurids and their feeding and behavioral ecology. Yeah, we'll probably get to them in a bit. Yeah. Hogan698, how are you doing? Welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Mr. Maxi says, could Suchomimus swim? Mr. Maxi, it's almost certain that pretty much all dinosaurs could swim. But being able to swim is far, far different from being adapted specifically for subaqueous predation. For, active pursuit predation under the water. And we'll probably talk a little bit about that. Yeah. But yeah. Mommy Does is streaming this to the big TV for the little, and forcing our dinner guests to watch and learn too. Well, hello, dinner guests. Welcome all of you to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. What's for dinner? Shoot. Can I have some? I'm just kidding. I hope you enjoy your dinner, guests, and I hope I'm not too distracting. Wonderful of Mommy Does to invite you over. Sounds like a good host. I hope so anyway, for your sake. Mr. Maxi says, I only have my dogs with me. Hello, dogs. How are you doing? Dogs, do you want a treat? Or this is almost like telling someone's Alexa to play Despacito. Hey, dogs, do you want to go for a walk? Want to go for a walk? Who wants to go to the park? Yeah. Yeah. Harry, how are you doing? Welcome. Yeah. And the pecan wraps. That sounds exotic, Dan the BC man, huh? Yeah. Anyway, it's wonderful to have everybody here. Let me know if we've got any questions right off the bat. We will be talking about Spinosaurids in a bit, but I think I want to maybe wait for that because there was just a New York Times article about this, and once something makes the New York Times, that means it's really, made the big time. And, yeah, if, oh boy. Stop it. Yeah. Anyway, it's in the New York Times today. Or yesterday, or whatever. Once it makes the big time like that, I'll have a bunch of chatters that kind of come in randomly throughout the middle of the stream and go like, oh, Danny, did you hear about this? And then they want to hear about it. So I'm going to delay that a little bit until later on in the stream, and then we'll talk about it. We'll see if anybody comes in and asks about that first thing. But yeah. If you would have said walk to the park in Norwegian, they would freak out.
Hei, hunder, la oss gå til parken. Hei, hunder, la oss gå til parken.
Did it work? Are they freaking out? Anyway, go Roseanne. Yeah. We'll see about that later. Yeah. You've unleashed the beasts. Anyway, I was lucky enough to be able to go for a walk earlier today. Like a lot of dogs, I need to go out and walk every day. I need to move my legs, need to exercise, or I'll end up chewing the furniture and stuff, you know? Amber Vix, I wouldn't call myself a cat person. I myself don't have any cats. Yes, there are 3 cats who live here in this house, but they lived here before I did. And I am beholden to them. Yeah, it's a different situation. Yeah. I think the cats call you cat person. I don't really speak cat. But yeah. Dogs have owners, cats have staff. It's true, Rusty Guy. Yeah. Anyway, is there a person cat? There you go, Steely Dan. Yeah. Anyway, why don't we take a look at my stream closed captioner and why I don't have it turned on. I'm sorry about that. Testing, stream closed captioner. There it is. Why don't we take a look at this right here from SciShow.
For a long time.
If we're going to be talking about the Anthropocene, or Anthropocene, I should probably call it Anthropocene. I feel like we need a little bit of background information on this first. We have many times visited our International Chronostratigraphic Chart right here. This has been a staple on these broadcasts pretty much since I started streaming almost 4 years ago. Switch to linear time for proper perspective there. What we're going to be talking about for this next segment is a piece of news that has something to do with this. So let's get some background on this first so we can better absorb and understand this news.
For a long time, the kilogram was a metal cylinder in a safe in France. Nobody really used it to weigh out day-to-day stuff, of course, but for scientists, it was still a useful thing to have. That's because in science, we like to have reference points, a particular thing like a metal cylinder that can represent something more abstract, like mass.
It's part of the Cenozoic, Mr.
Applies
Maxey.
to geology, in which case you're probably not dealing with questions of mass as much as time. But how do you find a physical reference point for time? For geologists studying the modern era, the physical reference point for time may be a quaint little lake in Canada, one that you can probably walk around in 15 minutes. Here's why one little lake might define the human age.
Interesting stuff.
This is Crawford Lake. It's a small lake, about 250 meters at its longest. A good swimmer could probably cross it in about 5 minutes. It's in a conservation area and UNESCO Biosphere Reserve about 50 kilometers southwest of Toronto, surrounded by cedar trees.
Any Canadians in the chat right now? Give me some maple leaves in the chat right now. But yeah. This is actually really interesting. This reminds me of a funny thing that I saw the other day. Speaking of people living in Canada and Canadian geography and Canadian population, also where the lake is. Somewhere in here, right? Or near Toronto? Anyway, 50% of Canada's population lives below the US-Canada border. At least this one. And here. And here. This blows my mind. It really does, you know? But yeah. That's also where this lake is. Wait, Lake Huron, Lake Ontario, so there's Toronto.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Dice and Dinosaur's search has succeeded with their 3 co-explorers.
Dice and Dinosaur, how are you doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Holy cow, how did your stream go? And welcome back. It's lovely to have a fellow paleontologist here. Dice and Dinosaur, we're going to be talking about something that I think is consequential to us as paleontologists. I'm going to try and explain it to the chat as well, but did you hear about that ICS ruling on the Anthropocene? It not being included in the International Chronostratigraphic Chart. I'm not entirely surprised by this. I think it makes sense. But we're going to talk about why. Anyway, it's good to have you here. Welcome back, Dice and Dinosaur. If you like things like Monster Hunter World, or if you like video games in general, if you like dice games, check out Dice and Dinosaur. Yeah. Anyway, and Harry, yes, Canada does look big on certain map projections, like the Mercator projection. Yeah. Heard from some technical difficulties, all good? Glad to hear things are good. I know what you mean with the tech difficulties, though. I have. Saw the article, still have to read it. By the way, I've submitted that paper. Cross fingers? Oh, they're crossed. Dice and Dinosaur. Good stuff, good stuff. Congrats. Oh, man. You probably heard about the new Spinosaur paper as well. Mirvold et al. Published it just the other day. Even made the New York Times. Tells me I've got to get my button gear to publish that bit of Spinosaur research that Denver Fowler and I have been working on for a long time. But yeah, very, very cool, Dice and Dinosaur. Congrats on finally getting that published. That's got to be a big sigh of relief, right? Yeah. Oh, and very nice, Dice and Dinosaur. You've heard about it since our expedition in Niger in 2022. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. Very cool. Very cool. Anyway. Let's get back to this right here, talking about the Anthropocene. We're laying some groundwork with a little video here first.
This is Crawford Lake. It's a small lake, about 250 meters at its longest. A good swimmer could probably cross it in about 5 minutes. It's in a conservation area and UNESCO Biosphere Reserve about 50 kilometers southwest of Toronto, surrounded by cedar trees, reconstructed indigenous longhouses, and a boardwalk. Also, their website says they have maple syrup tastings there. Like, Canada, man. Crawford sits in a natural sinkhole formed from the area's soft limestone bedrock. And while the lake is small, it's fairly deep, reaching down about 24 meters at the deepest part. In July 2023, scientists from a working group within the International Union of Geological Sciences, which helps coordinate geologists around the world, proposed that the bottom of this lake should serve as the marker for the start of the Anthropocene epoch. So geologists like to divide the history of the Earth into different chapters. You've probably heard of the Jurassic or Cretaceous periods, for instance. An epoch is one of those types of chapters, and the Anthropocene...
So, an epoch is basically a subdivision within that. So, say we're talking about the Cretaceous. You know, we're talking about the last period in the age of dinosaurs. You've got era, period, and then you've got epoch. Here, epoch or stage, as we sometimes call it. The Maastrichtian is at the end of the very end of the Cretaceous. This is when T-Rex and Triceratops, and Pachycephalosaurus, and Ankylosaurus lived in the upper Maastrichtian there. The early Campanian, or no, it'd be late Campanian actually, is where I was digging in Wyoming this past summer, and where I'll be at the end of May. this year. We were digging in rocks about 73 million years old, right there. So, these are the epochs. They are like subdivisions within the period. So within the Cretaceous, you've got a bunch of epochs here. Maastrichtian, Campanian, Santonian, Coniacian, Turonian, Cenomanian, Albian, Aptian, Barremian, Tervian, Valanginian, Berriasian. Those are epochs right here within a geologic period. Does that make sense? We here, in the modern day, you and me and Twitch.tv are up in the Holocene epoch. But there was a proposal that some scientists and other people put together. They said, we as human beings have changed our environment so much that we're going to make a brand new epoch that's only like, starting in what, like 1950 or something. Normally these are hundreds of thousands or millions or tens of millions of years in duration. Different epochs like this. Like the Norian in the Triassic is super, super long. From 227 million years ago to 208.5 million years ago. Like, that's a long time. That's a really long time. That's longer than the entire, you know, Quaternary period. So anyway, having a geological epoch that's only 70 million years is, it's practically nothing, you know? But there is a proposal to do this, so let's talk about it.
Divide the history of the Earth into different chapters. You've probably heard of the Jurassic or Cretaceous periods, for instance. An epoch is one of those types of chapters, and the Anthropocene is a proposed new epoch characterized by humanity's effects on the planet. The idea is that we have changed the fundamental properties of the Earth and its systems so much with our plastics and our nuclear tests and fossil fuels that it's enough to say this is a new phase of history for the planet. Not everyone agrees that we need a new epoch for that, but the proposal has been gaining steam. And one of the things we'd like to find in order to really use this new slice of time in a proper scientific sense is one of those physical reference points. There are others out there already. For the end of the Cretaceous, for instance, we used
And it's
a layer
therefore
of
likely that
iridium
we're
in
here
Tunisia.
today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
It's true.
Welcome to the Anthropocene Paleoyuk, the Great Lakes call to me Paleo Hey Paleo Science.
Kinda hot in these rhinos. Thank you for the 11 months of support. I really appreciate that. Yeah.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Hogan, for those 100 bits there. I don't know if we'll have a hype train here. There might still be on cooldown. Anyway, rhinos, welcome back. It's good to have you here. Holy cow. That alert that you just triggered was Stephen Jay Gould talking about the end of the age of dinosaurs, and that being the reason why we mammals could prosper. That marks the end of the Cretaceous period, as she's about to explain right here. So, you know, it's all tied together. It's all integrative. Let's continue.
For the end of the Cretaceous, for instance, we used a layer of iridium in Tunisia deposited during the impact event that killed the dinosaurs. These reference points are useful because, well, it's a reference point.
And we were just looking at this yesterday, I believe, weren't we? Yeah. Here we go. The day the Mesozoic died.
Same time.
That was...
Like Alvarez in Italy, Smith had also found a strange clay layer formed at the same time.
At the very end of the Cretaceous.
A dramatic story.
Yeah. Shogun. Oh, nice. Right. I haven't heard about that game yet.
Earth's history from just looking at these rocks.
Well, you can see at the end of the
Or is it a show?
one world
Probably a show, isn't it?
and the beginning of the next one.
Maybe I have heard about it.
You see there is a very sharp, extremely sharp dividing line between the two.
That gray band.
That's that gray band over there. At the bottom of that gray band, you see it's razor sharp.
And this reddish maroon rock, the oceans are healthy and steaming
They're
along just
healthy,
fine.
they're steady, they don't change at all. And all of a sudden we see a dramatic change, which we call the KT boundary.
This is the thing. When we're talking about all of these rocks around the planet that represent Earth's history, they provide a record of the history of our planet. Sometimes there are abrupt changes there. It's like, bam, right here, everything changes. The fauna and the flora completely change at this point. And those usually mark the boundaries between different geological time periods or even different geological eras, like the Mesozoic and Cenozoic eras. Yeah.
The KT boundary, found at the bottom of this gray layer, marks not only the end of a period, the
Hey, Fangs,
Cretaceous,
welcome back.
but also of the Mesozoic era, a much longer stretch of time.
Yep. Yeah.
The history of animal life on Earth has been divided into 3 such eras.
Yep.
Early life,
Paleozoic.
Paleozoic.
Middle life, Mesozoic.
The age of dinosaurs, or Mesozoic.
Cenozoic is recent life, the
and
age of
the era
mammals.
of mammals, or Cenozoic.
Yeah.
The Cretaceous Tertiary boundary lies right in between these 2 eras.
Yep. Nowadays we call it the Cretaceous Paleogene boundary, but I'm only saying that hopefully to reduce confusion, because I'm going to be saying KPG boundary, Cretaceous Paleogene. Right when this video was produced, that was like just before the terminology changed. Just before there was, you know, a reassessment of what, of the dates and the names and everything for these. So it doesn't really matter. The names are names, you know? You could call it the Cretaceous Whizzle-Wazzle boundary, you know, to quote Denver Fowler. Doesn't matter, you know? What matters is the idea. And, yeah.
Marked here by this layer of clay.
Yeah. And there you go, Harry. Yeah. We'll be talking about that. Yeah. Yeah.
What drew you to this boundary, Jan?
Well, Sean, we're looking here at the very topmost rocks of the Cretaceous. These rocks are literally packed with foraminifera.
So foraminifera are these tiny, basically like fossil plankton. Yeah, foraminifera are tiny, tiny, tiny little oceanic critters. Oceanic and also sometimes freshwater too. But they're basically like fossil plankton.
So we call this the Cretaceous, and these rocks here are the Tertiary. And the base of the Tertiary consists of a dark gray clay layer. And there the life has almost disappeared. And the KT boundary is just in between. I can point at it. It's right here where you see a contrast between the...
And Dyson Dinosaur, we'll get to that. I'm not totally clear on what premises they rejected it on. I think it might be just that there's not enough time yet. And also, there's not enough... I'm guessing that they're going to say that there's not enough change in the actual lithology. Because oftentimes there is like a change in lithology that also marks the end of one epoch and the beginning of another. Lithology or fauna. But yeah.
Purple and the dark. It's an extremely sharp boundary.
And just across that thin little boundary, there's this huge change in what you see in the forams. And why is that so stunning to you?
It's so stunning because there is no preceding evidence of anything happening there. So it doesn't matter if I take a piece here, a piece there, or just underneath what we call the KT boundary. The foraminifera will remain the same, so they don't change overnight. And then, bang, they're gone.
So what's that tell you?
That tells me the base of the food chain of the oceans disappeared. And everything which is dependent on it is totally zapped right at the boundary.
So this is a really, really cool video, if you've never seen it before. We watched it a couple times on this channel before. But, yeah, shoot. Kind of figuring out that the end of the Cretaceous period was marked by the impact of an asteroid.
Across the Earth's orbit. Their sizes range from a few meters to hundreds of kilometers across.
And yeah, Diatom's Attack, who's here on Twitch, studies diatoms.
Had this hypothesis that an asteroid or comet would cause this destruction.
Yeah, this is, in my opinion, one of the great, like, detective stories in science. It really does read almost like a detective novel.
Sub to Dyson Dinosaur.
Thank you, Golganak, for gifting Dyson Dinosaur.
408 gift subs in the channel.
Yeah, Golganak, I appreciate you. Thank you, Dyson Dinosaur. Enjoy. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, here's a link to this video here. So, this is phenomenal. We will watch this video again at another point because it's just, it's great. But let's get back to right here. Talking about the Anthropocene.
To find in order to really use this new slice of time in a proper scientific sense is one of those physical reference points. There are others out there already. For the end of the Cretaceous, for instance, we used a layer of iridium in Tunisia deposited during the impact event that killed the dinosaurs. These reference points are useful because, well, it's a reference point. If two different paleontologists...
Oh, and this lousy stock footage here. Ugh, you're better than this, SciShow. Don't use garbage stock video like this. This is fake. Fake.
Anthropologists get to arguing about whether a T-Rex is 70 million years old or 75 million years old, they can always go back to that place in Tunisia as a starting point for where to start counting backwards from. But there's been disagreement about where to put this reference point for the Anthropocene. Ice sheets, coral reefs, the fact that those are disappearing is kind of part of the whole problem. So what's so great about Crawford Lake? Well, like an ogre or an onion,
I know, right?
it's got layers. In the bottom of the lake, there's mud that builds up little by little over the years. This by itself isn't unique, that's what mud does, but this lake's got a combination of interesting things about it. Firstly, Crawford's water doesn't mix. Because of how deep and narrow the lake is, the bottom layer of the lake water doesn't mix with the water above. There's no wind powerful enough to churn things up. There also aren't a lot of critters living at the bottom of the lake. This means there's not a lot to mix around the water or the mud. Each layer of sediment stays pretty much exactly where it falls.
Yep.
Second,
but at the same time, none of this stuff sounds particularly unique to this lake. Still, there have got to be other lakes in this area which also would be good. I don't quite understand why this lake in particular was chosen.
Secondly, the chemistry of this lake does something funny each summer, because it's not just dead leaves and goose poop that fall to the bottom of the lake. Each summer, something else does too. White, chalky crystals of calcium carbonate. Remember how I said that the lake sits in a bed of limestone? That's the stuff limestone is made of, and it's slightly soluble in water, which means the lake always has a little bit of that mineral dissolved in it. But under certain conditions, triggered by warm summer weather and algae growth, the chemistry of the lake changes just enough that the dissolved calcium carbonate falls out of solution and drifts to the bottom as little crystals. What you end up with is clear lines of brown mud from the fall, winter, and spring, separated by a chalky white line each summer.
So what they're having here, I guess, is like nice, almost lamination. You've got these really, really nice clear strata in the lake. You could take a core sample of that, and it's just boom, 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 boom. There's the different layers, like clockwork. I guess that's the idea. And apparently this doesn't happen in other lakes nearby, or maybe the other lakes are not protected. They did say that this one was within a nature reserve, so maybe it's something to do with that. Yeah.
These layers build up like tree rings, creating a continuous and regular rhythm.
There you go, Mikey Lakes. Yes,
easy
indeed.
to tell one year's sediments from another. Finally,
Bingo.
Oxygen is present at the lake bed. Even though the bottom layer of water doesn't mix with the one on top of it, new water does trickle in through the limestone rock bed, bringing oxygen with it. Oxygen can often be destructive, but in this case, it's incredibly helpful. We'll see why in a second. And this, scientists say, makes for kind of the perfect marker for the beginning of the Anthropocene. It's a nearly pristine record of recent centuries. Scientists have been able to use plant pollen trapped in those layers to see things like indigenous groups coming to the area and growing corn there for the first time. Other analyses have shown that we can also see evidence of more modern human activity via increased coal and oil burning in the area in the 1950s. This is thanks to subtle changes in nitrogen isotopes in each layer, as well as the presence of something called fly ash, which is produced when fossil fuels are burned. But what's especially key is plutonium. Plutonium is an...
Can anybody tell me why plutonium might show up in and around about the 1950s here? Anybody? Yeah. Yep. The big bada boom, says HD NHB. Indeed. The beginning of the nuclear age. Yes, indeed.
And almost any fossil fuels are burned. But what's especially key is plutonium. Plutonium is an almost entirely human-made element and had been incredibly rare in nature before we started
Back to the Future
it's
reference?
sometimes found in incredibly tiny quantities, like 1 part in 100 billion in
Barbenheimer says otter to it,
humans started to purposefully synthesize it in labs in the 1940s, and nuclear weapons detonations starting in the 40s and 50s spread small amounts of it far and wide. This spike can now be found all around the world and is often what people point to as a start to the modern age. In Crawford, that signal is especially crisp. Microbes in oxygen-free environments seem to be able to dissolve and kind of spread around plutonium, making that spike a lot muddier. But that doesn't happen in Crawford's oxygen-rich waters. That's why the bottom of the lake having oxygen is so interesting. So, in the end, you have a lake that collects layers of mud each year, effectively sampling the world around it, only to end off each year with a chalky white cap. And whether it's due to the lack of critters or oxygen at the bottom, the signals from each layer remain crisp and clear. All of this makes it as good a reference point as you could ask for. As for why the Anthropocene is worth delineating, we humans are changing the world incredibly quickly.
And yes, but again, this was only 70 years ago that we started detonating bombs and spreading plutonium everywhere. 70 years ago. That might seem like a long time to some people watching here, but shoot, there is, the non-avian dinosaurs, which didn't die out all that long ago in the grand scheme of things. They were 66 million years ago right here. 66 million. That's like a million times longer ago than the proposed start of the Anthropocene. Likewise, the formation of the Earth is like 4.54 billion years ago. When we're talking about geological time, there's a tremendous amount of time in there. 70 years is nothing. It is nothing. It is not even a blip. It's not even a rounding error. It's not even a... Yeah. So yes, we humans are changing the world incredibly quickly. But whether a tiny blip like that is going to appear in the geological record, we don't know that yet, And I think that's going to be part of the argument for rejecting the Anthropocene as an official part of the geological timescale. It can be really, really useful as a thought experiment, as a way of communicating ideas to the public, everything else, but to actually put it on the time chart is entirely a different thing. So I'm not against the idea of people talking about the Anthropocene. Quite the opposite. Holy cow, it is incredibly important to understand the impact that we as human beings are having upon the environment, that are having upon the biosphere, upon even the very, surface of the Earth itself. But is that affecting the geology or the geological record? It is way too early to say that. And also, to me, it almost feels kind of like throwing up our hands and saying, oh, well, we blew it up, You maniacs. To go back to here, hang on, I had to fast forward to it.
My God. I'm back. I'm home. All the time it was... We finally really did it. You maniacs! You blew it up! Oh, damn you! God damn you all to hell!
We're not in a situation like that. Not yet. There is time to turn things around. You know? To just say, oh, this is the Anthropocene and, you know, and we're gonna write this into the geological record at this point, to me is almost like accepting defeat. You know? We still have a few decades to turn this thing around. To avoid a major mass extinction event. To avoid our own extinction. Let's not throw in the towel just yet. Let's keep fighting. So yeah. Anyway, back to here.
Crisp and clear. All of this makes it as good a reference point as you could ask for. As for why the Anthropocene is worth delineating, we humans are changing the world incredibly quickly, to the point where we may need a scientific way to differentiate the modern age from everything that came before.
But the question is, where do you draw that line? Because what we're talking about here is like on the scale of human lifetimes, as opposed to a geological timescale. We're kind of comparing apples and oranges here. It's like, well, shoot, if you have this super high resolution, where do you draw that line and say, bam, there is the start of the Anthropocene? The Anthropocene, I haven't heard a good convincing argument about why the year 1950 should be chosen. 1950 was not the year that atomic testing started. It wasn't even the year that, like, the first, hydrogen bomb was tested. That was, what, 1947, I think? It's not the year that plastics were invented or widely distributed. It certainly wasn't the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. It just seems incredibly arbitrary. If you're going to be super, super specific about when to start a new geological epoch, you shouldn't have a wishy-washy answer as to why you have that incredible specificity. That unprecedented specificity. But yeah.
Doing this allows us to think about things and ask about things in a better way. As of this video being written, Crawford isn't yet officially the reference point. One group has picked it out, but there needs to be a bit more discussion among scientists at large. But either way, by diving into this unique lake, we can see how a time and place are sometimes interlinked, whether in our own memories or in the physical world itself. And thank you for diving into this episode with us.
Yeah, good stuff. Here is a link. If you're not yet subscribed to SciShow on YouTube, and you're missing out on good stuff like this. But yeah. Amber Vic says, but fatalism is good for the economy. Nuts to the economy. The economy can take a hike. A long hike off a short pier into an active volcano. We're talking about human survival here, as you know, Amber Vic. Yeah, I know you're being sarcastic. Let's take a look at Maybe this right? Well, It's kind of surprising to me how few videos there are on this. You know what? Let's just get into this bit of news here. There we go. So, here's an article at science.org. The Anthropocene is dead. Long live the Anthropocene. Panel rejects a proposed geological time division reflecting human influence, but the concept is here to stay. This is going to be interesting. Yeah. For now, we're still in the Holocene. And for those of you just kind of tuning in, the Holocene is so incredibly brief that it doesn't even, like, show up here. It's basically within the black ink there of the Pleistocene. The proposal for the Anthropocene is to further subdivide that so that, like, one that you can't even see here, because it's so thin, it's like, well, let's make that even thinner. And, oop. Well, yeah, here, in no scaling, you've got the Holocene there, but if you go to linear time, where it's actually to scale, it's not even in there. It's incredibly, incredibly short. Logarithmic time, Holocene, Pleistocene. Anyway, so it would basically be within the, I think it would be within the black pixels inside of there. So yeah. That's the one you wanted to read? Well, Dyson Dinosaur, let's get into it. Yeah. Science has confirmed that a panel of 24 geologists has voted down a proposal to end the Holocene, our current span of geological time, which began 11,700 years ago. That is incredibly recent from the perspective of a paleontologist. 11,700 years is a rounding error. It is the blink of a geologic eye. It is the width of the smallest eyelash compared to the kilometers of geologic time. Anyway. A panel of 24 geologists has voted down a proposal to end the Holocene, our current span of geological time, which began 11,700 years ago at the end of the last ice age, and inaugurate a new epoch, the Anthropocene. Starting in the 1950s, it would have marked a time when humanity's influence on the planet became overwhelming. I would argue that humanity's influence on the planet was already overwhelming. But the vote, first reported by the New York Times, is a stunning, though not unexpected, rebuke for the proposal, which has been working its way through a formal approval process for more than a decade. The decision is definitive, says Philip Gibbard, a geologist at the University of Cambridge, who is on the panel and serves as Secretary General of the International Commission on Stratigraphy, the ICS, the body that governs the geologic timescale. This is an ICS chart. So the ICS puts this together. Stratigraphy.org, that is their site. This is, we reference this literally every broadcast that I do, every stream that I do from my office here, we reference this, and many streams from the field too. So yeah. There are no outstanding issues to be resolved. Case closed. The leaders of the Anthropocene Working Group, which developed the proposal for consideration by ICS's Subcommission on Quaternary Stratigraphy, are not yet ready to admit defeat. They note that in the online tally in which 12 out of 18 subcommission members voted against the proposal, was leaked to the press without approval of the panel's chair. There remain several issues that need to be resolved about the validity of the vote and the circumstances surrounding it, says Colin Waters, a geologist at the University of Leicester, who chaired AWG. Few opponents of the Anthropocene proposal doubted the enormous impact that human influence, including climate change, is having on the planet. Of course, yeah. But some felt that the proposed marker of the epoch, some 10 centimeters of mud from Canada's Crawford Lake that captures global surge in fossil fuel burning, fertilizer use, and atomic bomb fallout that began in the 1950s, isn't definitive enough. Yeah. Others question whether it's even possible to affix one date to the start of humanity's broad planetary influence. Why not the rise of agriculture? Why not the vast changes that followed European encroachment on the New World? The Anthropocene epoch was never deep enough to understand human transformation of this planet, says Earl Ellis, a geographer at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, who resigned last year in protest from AWG. Opponents also felt AWG made too many announcements to the press over the years, while being slow to submit a proposal to the subcommission. The Anthropocene epoch was pushed through the media from the beginning. Publicity drive, says Stanley Finney, a stratigrapher at Cal State Long Beach, and head of the International Union of Geological Sciences, which would have final approval of the proposal. Finney also complains that from the start, AWG was determined to secure an epoch categorization and ignored or countered proposals for less formal Anthropocene designation. If they had only made their formal proposal sooner, they could have avoided much lost time, Finney adds. It would have been rejected 10 years earlier if they had not avoided protesting it, if they had not avoided presenting it to the stratigraphic community for careful consideration. The Anthropocene backers will now have to wait for a decade before the proposal can be considered again. ICS has long instituted this mandatory cooling-off period, given how furious debates can turn, for example, over the boundary between the Pliocene and Pleistocene, and whether the Quaternary, our current geological period, the category above epochs, should exist at all. And there should be an interesting link there. Like that. So yeah, now even if it is not formally recognized by geologists, the Anthropocene is here to stay, and I think that's a good thing. It doesn't have to be an official geological epoch. It can be a term that is used in popular culture and in science communication to communicate how profound the impact of us human beings has been on our planet. But that doesn't mean that we have to muck around with the geological timescale in order to introduce it. It's does that make sense? Yeah. Even if it is not formally recognized by geologists, the Anthropocene is here to stay. It is used in art exhibits, journal titles, and endless books. And Gibbard, Ellis, and others have advanced the view that it can remain an informal geological term, calling it the Anthropocene event, like the Great Oxygenation Event, in which cyanobacteria flushed the atmosphere with oxygen billions of years ago. The Anthropocene marks a huge transition, but one without an exact date. That makes a lot of sense to me. Let us work together to ensure the creation of a far deeper and more inclusive Anthropocene event, Ellis says. Waters and his colleagues will continue to press that the Anthropocene is worthy of recognition in the geological timescale, even if that advocacy has to continue in an informal capacity, he says. Although small in size, that's an understatement. It's incredibly, incredibly small. The Anthropocene strata, such as the 10 centimeters of lake mud, are distinct and can be traced using more than 100 durable geochemical signals, he says. And there is no going back to where the planet was 100 years ago, he says. The Earth system changes that mark the Anthropocene are collectively irreversible. I disagree with that. That kind of fatalism, I think, is cynical and unhelpful. A better world is possible, if only we fight for it. This idea that, like, oh, you know, we've destroyed the planet, there's no going back. Just despair. Wallow in despair. I don't agree with that at all. You know? And I don't understand that idea. I don't understand why anybody would push for that. Maybe it's comforting to just, you know, it's like dying of hypothermia, you know? Just want to lie down, go to sleep, just let death overtake you. I hear people say that. I am not. I don't understand that idea. Viscerally, intellectually, emotionally. Not for it. Yeah. And Hogan says Thagomizer became an official term. It's an informal term, Hogan. Thagomizer is an informal term. Yeah. It was gradually adopted as an informal term, sometimes used within scientific circles, research and education. Sorry. Yeah, this is not like an official term, Thagomizer. And the fact that people know it is enough, you know? Just like the Anthropocene. It doesn't have to be like an official term. To me, this almost speaks to like a certain foible that we as scientists often have. Where scientists, being people within academia, many of us really appreciate neat and tidy categories. We appreciate order. We like rules. And I think for a lot of people, they think that if we can just write exactly the right string of words or create exactly the right rules or exactly the right designation for the Anthropocene, then that will solve climate change. That will solve the biodiversity crisis, you know? If we just all, do our homework well enough, then the teacher will smile upon us and that will fix everything. And that's not the way the real world works. The real world is messy and there are gray areas and areas where you need to fight and break the rules and to me, the whole, I don't know, I could be completely off base about this. I could be completely wrong, but the whole, Anthropocene working group thing, this idea that, if we can just get this recognized as an official geological epoch, then finally the world will sit up and pay attention. It's like, no, that's incredibly naive. That is not the way that the real world works. You're not going to solve climate change by making a new rule. You know? It's such a, teacher's pet way of looking at things. Incredibly naive. What we need is to fight for the natural world. You know? And, anyway, let me catch up to chat. Scrolling down here, let's see. But we restore the planet to a functioning system. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Charlie's Dragon says, in theory, we can do it. I don't have much faith in governments putting in the necessary laws to make it happen. I don't either, Charlie's Dragon. It's going to take other kinds of effort. Holy cow. That's the thing, is that governments are not, they're not mystical beings that descend from on high to sprinkle down laws and order upon the land. Government's made up of people, you know? And we can influence them. Governments are supposed to work for us. We can make them do what is right, what is good for the people. At least governments are more easily influenced, more attuned to the needs of the people than corporations, which are just, holy cow. Don't even get me started. So that's the thing. Is that, yeah. I don't know. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. Nerthos, that's why people have to be more careful with their vote? I mean, no, that's the... Nerthos... Here, I'm gonna share a little bit of, like, personal political philosophy with you and with everyone, I guess. I promise this will be pertinent to what we're talking about here. Don't go running away. But, as a person who lives in an ostensibly democratic society, I would argue the United States is not particularly democratic at all. Voting is the absolute bottom tier of what you can do to improve society. It is the barest minimum. And that's shocking to a lot of people, I think. A lot of people don't want to hear this because in the United States, voting is held up as like, oh, that's your civic duty. It's this thing that, you know, that is the, of course you should vote. That is the absolute barest thing that you should do. Like, it has such a tiny, minuscule impact upon the real world. Get out there and organize. Talk to people. Run for office, maybe. Raise money. Do direct action. Work in a food bank. Volunteer. You know, help folks who are less fortunate than you. These are the things which will actually change society. Things that will actually bring about real, tangible change in the real world. Voting is... Yes, it's a good thing. But don't think of that as the highest thing that you can do, as having, like, real influence. Think of that as just the barest minimum. You're just checking one box. You know? So yeah. Hogan says if voting made a difference, they wouldn't let us do it. Here you go, Hogan. Yeah, it's the lowest level of civic engagement. Exactly, Murph. Exactly. And which is nuts, because the majority of American citizens who have the right to vote in this country, because many American citizens do not have the right to vote in this country. Many do not. If you're young, if you're a felon, you don't have the right to vote. And a lot of people are actually talking about, like, removing enfranchisement for people based on various circumstances. I am 1,000,000% against that. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. And Hogan, I agree with that. Absolutely. Yeah. Anywho. When we're talking about this here, the Anthropocene, and we're talking about our influence as human beings upon our planet, there are things that... what can your average person do when we're talking about trying to save our planet from climate catastrophe, from deforestation, from acidification of the oceans, from collapse of the food web? There's not a lot that we can do individually. There are things. But I don't know. We've got to get this idea out of our heads that, like, voting will be the answer. Or that individual consumer choices are the answer. Because they're not. You know? Yeah. Netherfire, how are you doing? Welcome back. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Here, let's, let's see, in half an hour we'll be able to do Metazua, but it's not reset yet. I'm trying to find you a decent video for this. Let's take a look at this right here, maybe. Yeah.
Humans are everywhere. It's hard to go anywhere without running into one. And even if you manage...
And Starling Fan, should voting be mandatory? I think it should be, honestly, yeah. But, yeah, lots of things are mandatory. Goodness. I mean, if you make a slippery slope argument about that, it's like, well, you know, should you have to have a license to drive a car? I mean, what's next? You know, they can dictate where you drive or who you see or what you eat or what your name is or you know, what Twitch channels you watch or what. It's like, you can make a slippery slope argument about just about anything. You know? Yeah, the basis of democracy is to vote or not. That's the thing, is that Starling Fan, at least here in the United States, I'm not sure where you live, but in the United States, the fact that only like 30% of Americans vote in elections serves the interests of the ruling class. Oh boy, they love it that way. And they love for people to think of voting as a chore or something like that, because that decreases the power of the people, you know? Likewise, for people who want, you know, people who advocate for voting rights should be restricted only to property owners or only to, you know, to white males or only to Christians or only to whatever. It's like it's a power play, you know? I think everybody should have the right to vote and everybody should vote, you know? Maybe at the same time as paying taxes or something like that. I don't know. But like, that is absolutely a fundamental tenet of democracy, is that people vote. If you don't do that, it's not a democracy. And I would argue that I don't know if the U.S. really lives up to the standard of a democracy right now, given that how many people can't vote and how many people don't vote, you know? So yeah. Anyway, yeah. But anyway, yeah. And Roseanne says Australian mandatory voting is that it's mandatory to show up. If you immediately take your ballot and put it blank in the return box, then you've met your requirement. Roseanne, I understand that. My question there, Roseanne, would be, how many people just put a blank ballot into the box? I would guess that the percent of Australians who vote is higher than those of Americans who vote. And we can even look that up. Yeah. return at previous events. Holy cow, 90% of people in Australia vote. It's like 30% in the US. You see what I mean? You know? So yeah. 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 Number of blank votes is still low. My point was that mandatory voting doesn't mean you have to support someone you don't agree with. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Shoot. My fair share of elections, I've written in a candidate or written in uncommitted or something like that. You don't have to settle for the, you know, 2 names that are presented to you. I'm not for that. Holy cow, am I not? No. I think we agree, Roseanne. I think we agree on this. I hope so. But yeah. Yeah. And yeah, Charlie's right that people, it is extremely hard to vote in certain places. Yeah. Yeah. And ranked choice, I think we recently had that in the Bay Area. In a few elections in the past, Dinosaur Dave, and I like it a lot. Yeah. Yeah. It's not perfect, but what system is? You know? Yeah. Was aggressing? Oh, there we go, Roseanne. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. The Anthropocene. Let's talk about it.
Humans are everywhere. It's hard to go anywhere without running into one, and even...
And that, oh, this is also not true. Hang on. There are a lot of people in certain places. There are certain places where there are no people. As someone who's done a lot of field work out in Montana and Utah and Wyoming, I've been in certain places where, like, you know, if I were out camping by myself, if I didn't have a field crew with me, it could be weeks before I saw another human being. You know, even traveling several miles every day, you know? But yeah. And to me, that's encouraging, you know? I don't know. I'm not disagreeing with the premise of this video. I'm just saying that, like, it's kind of encouraging that there are still places that you can go in this world where it is not wilderness, but you could go a whole week without seeing another human being, you know? There's still a lot of places like that in the world. Yeah.
Humans are everywhere. It's hard to go anywhere without running into one, and even if you manage...
You know what? He's right about that. The way that he worded that, his exact words here are correct. It's hard to go anywhere without running into one. True.
To get out of the hustle and bustle of the city and escape into nature, there's always evidence that someone has been mucking about.
Yeah, and holy cow, this is very, very true. I used to pick up garbage all the time while I was out prospecting. I used to keep a little, excuse me, a little pouch clipped to my belt when I'd be out prospecting for new fossil sites, and I would just put pieces of trash in there. You know? It would either be, you know, rifle cartridges or skull cans or Coke bottles or whatever else that I'd encounter out there. And I'd try and pick that up. I'd try to leave these areas cleaner than where I found them. And I could be miles away from nowhere, and there might be not another living human soul in sight, but you would find pieces of garbage like this, you know? And sometimes it would be nuts, where it would be like, it's like, you know, here's a wrapper from, you know, a Skittles wrapper or something like that. And it'll be like miles away from the nearest trail, and it's like, did this fall out of a plane? Did it blow here from miles and miles away? It probably did. It probably literally blew there from miles away. It might have blown 100 miles there from the nearest highway or something, you know? But yeah.
Our influence can be felt all
over. And there you go, Retro Roadshow. Yeah.
To the tippy top of our atmosphere. We've even got some junk that'll be floating around in space for a very long time.
There you go, Reagan Nation, yeah.
But is the extent of our influence so comprehensive, so powerful, that it warrants a new geologic age? Does this mean we're living in the age of humans? Well, the answer might lie inside of the loneliest tree in the world.
Huh.
On a tiny island a few hundred miles south of New Zealand, there's a tree that shouldn't be there. It's the only tree for hundreds of miles. It's a Sitka spruce, and it's indigenous to North America. But here it is, thousands of miles away in the southern hemisphere. This has earned it the nickname loneliest tree in the world.
And yeah, Linus says, my boys and I used to occasionally go clean up the local high school parking lot. It's insane how quickly it would get junked up again. Oh yeah. Where I live, there's a program where I think it's 2 Saturdays every month. People get together and they just pick up trash along the side of the highway, you know, in parking lots near where I live. And it's pretty beautiful and clean for the first day afterward. And then you just have more and more and more trash accumulating. And, yeah. Shoot, where I lived in Montana, the biggest culprit for this seemed to be pickup trucks. Where, you know, you would find pieces of garbage just way out on the side of the highway, maybe 100 miles from the nearest town. And I'm like, where in the world is this coming from? And then you'd be driving behind a pickup truck, and then periodically just out comes a candy wrapper or a napkin or, you know, a soda can or something like that, just flies out of the back of the bed of a pickup truck. Yeah. It's like people would, and I've seen this before, where like somebody is in town and they're like, you know, eating something and they just throw the wrapper into the bed of their truck like it's a trash can, and they just leave it there. And then magically it disappears while they're driving, you know? Anyway, I feel like I'm griping here. Let's continue. I don't want to turn into too much of an old man. I don't want this to be too much of a, you know, an old man yells at cloud kind of moment here. You know, I'm not trying to do that. Yeah. Come on, YouTube. You can do it.
Someone planted it there decades ago. Without humans, it wouldn't be there. So its very presence on this remote island is evidence of human muckery. And it might mark the beginning of the age of humans.
Yeah.
Scientists divide the Earth's history into several geologic time periods. The age of dinosaurs was during the Mesozoic era, widely considered the best era, which ended with an asteroid.
Wait, hang on. I'm sorry, what?
Dinosaurs was during the Mesozoic era, widely considered the best era.
Agreed. Yeah. Mesozoic, best era.
Which ended with an asteroid impact. Humans appeared during the Pleistocene epoch, which ended when the continental ice sheets receded. Ever since then, we've been in the Holocene. But now...
Yeah, and this is also not to scale. I want to emphasize that too. So, yeah, Pleistocene, Holocene. If we actually put it to scale, you can't even see the Holocene there. There's the Pleistocene, and the Holocene is incredibly, incredibly, incredibly brief. It's just the past 11,000 years, you know? We're talking about hundreds of thousands or millions of years for the rest of these. The Holocene is so small it doesn't even show up in this view if we actually make it linear time right there. Yeah.
Now, we're probably in the Anthropocene, the age of humans. But for the Anthropocene to be a truly scientific and official geologic time period, there has to be scientific evidence of some kind of geologic change visible in the fossil
And there
record.
is.
That means a geologist millions of years from now must be able to dig into the ground and see our presence on the Earth in the rocks. Now, it's easy to see the effect humans have on the planet. We have reshaped the landscape through agriculture and urbanization at least as much as an ice sheet. We're changing the climate on a global scale just as much as an asteroid impact might. But if we put ourselves in the boots of this far future...
Harry Vetch says, if they made kids clean their school in the U.S., parents would throw a fit and demand they get paid or something like that. I had to do that at my school. Yeah. Well, I didn't have to, but I did. I don't know, but that was like a thing at detention, is like you had to go outside and Sweetie Pie, don't cough up a hairball on the rug, sweetie. Hey, you want to come over here? Oh, gross. Hang on. Here, I'll be right back.
Geologist, when would the rocks say the Anthropocene begins? maybe we'd see the beginning as a sudden change in ecosystems and biodiversity about 11,000 years ago. This would be when humans began domesticating livestock and growing crops. We built the first cities, and our influence on local ecosystems became large enough to be seen in the fossil record. Or maybe we'd see a spike in lead and sulfate levels and CO2 concentrations in the atmosphere about 150 to 200 years ago. This would correspond with the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. All of these atmospheric changes should be readily visible in the rocks or trapped in ice cores. But both the agricultural and industrial revolutions didn't hit the world uniformly. But if we moved up a little higher in the rock strata, we would see another more obvious and deadly marker of our influence. Strange artificial radionuclides would stick out of the rock like radioactive beacons. Carbon-14 and plutonium-239 would show up in our trowels in trace amounts, and their presence would coincide with the thermonuclear bomb tests in the mid-20th century. Geologists have yet to agree upon the beginning of the Anthropocene. But the development and testing of nuclear weapons is a popular choice, and the loneliest tree in the world might play a part in that. Even though most of the nuclear tests took place in the northern hemisphere, the radionuclides these explosions released were scattered all over the planet, reaching as far as the loneliest tree in the world. If you looked in the bark of that tree, you would find some of these radionuclides. If our far future geologists somehow found a petrified fossil of the loneliest tree in the world, they too would find those radionuclides embedded in the fossilized tree.
But that's kind of it, though. That's kind of the argument against it, is that if a geologist in the far future were to look here, the thing is, if you're trying to designate the Anthropocene as a distinct geological epoch there, what you're talking about is just... it's the skin of the pudding right there. It's the tiniest layer on top, and if you were to miss that, well, then you miss it. You know? It's not long enough to actually be recognizable. And that, for any other, like, you know, instant in geological time, it would get rejected out of hand. It's just not long enough, you know? You can't make an epoch out of 70 years. You just can't. It can be a boundary between different geological time periods, but it's just 70 years so far. You know? Yeah. And Cosmic Seekin, I'm not arguing against this idea that holy cow, we as human beings have altered the Earth in crazy ways that are difficult to fathom. A whole book about this. Where do I put them? Here it is. Excellent book on the topic. Footprints by David Ferrier, In Search of Future Fossils. Really, really excellent book. I need to finish it. I've not gotten around to that yet. What I'm saying here is that as I was just looking at this, and now they're going to try and charge me for it. Oh boy. Anyway, from science.org. The ICS ruled against this idea that the Anthropocene should be considered a new geological epoch. Because it's just too short so far. You know? So anyway. Yeah. Anyway, it's just an event, not an epoch, I would think. There you go, Axeman. That's a good way to look at it. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
And these radionuclides can be found in all the plants on the island because they're in the soil. Like the humans who created them, they're everywhere. Carbon-14 has a half-life of 6,000 years. It's the isotope we measure when we want to radiocarbon date a mummy or a mammoth fossil. So carbon-14 will be detectable for tens of thousands of years. Plutonium-239 has a half-life of over 24,000 years. That means pretty much any geologist digging in the soil anywhere on the planet would find these.
Oh boy, geologists don't dig in soil. Rock scientists. We dig in the rocks. And that's again, this kind of illustrates this. It's taking a very, very modern approach, a very like modern-minded, I would almost argue like short-sighted approach to this, you know? Geologists don't dig in soil. We dig in rock. Rock is what we study. Archaeologists dig in soil. This is an archaeological thing. It's trying to take an archaeological timescale and then kind of stuff it into a geological timescale, you know? And yeah. But anyway, yeah. Cosmic Seekers says, anyhow, our whole planet will roast in a few billion years. Well, it's only a few billion years old, Cosmic Seekin. Earth is about halfway through its lifespan. We've probably got about another 5 billion years left, something like that, for our planet. Yeah. Which is an incredibly long amount of time when we're thinking about human lifespans, you know? It's an incredibly long amount of time when we're thinking about the age of dinosaurs, which was 170 million years, or give or take a few. So yeah. Yeah, you know, we've got 5 billion good years ahead of us, or something like that, you know? Or at least we can, if we're smart about it. Yeah.
Radioactive markers of our presence far into the future. Our influence on this planet has reached the level of asteroid impacts and ice ages. But the fact of the matter is, we are not an asteroid.
Dunpeel Hunter, I'm not sure about that. In 1 billion years? I don't think that's right. Let's look that up. Let's see what people who are more knowledgeable about this than I am have to say about this. First result, Wikipedia. Finally, the most probable fate of the planet is absorption by the sun in about 7.5 billion years. But that's actually like expansion of a star. In about 1 billion years, the solar luminosity will be about 10% higher, causing the atmosphere to become a moist greenhouse, resulting in a runaway evaporation of the oceans. As a likely consequence, plate tectonics and the entire carbon cycle will end in about 1 billion years. Well, okay. Interesting. That's unless we can do something about that. But yeah, 1 billion years. There you go, Dunpeel Hunter. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's a long time. I'm not going to be around for that long. Holy cow. We have not had, you know, like, vertebrate life on this planet for 1 billion years. The first vertebrates show up, what, about 600 million years ago? That's a long time, you know? HD says we might make it to Mars by then? Maybe. Maybe. I wouldn't count on it. But yeah, I don't know. Mars is... Oh boy. This reminds me of a recent issue of Scientific American, which I was surprised and delighted by, actually. Yeah. Will humans ever live in space? It kind of reminded me of, you know, these 1950s visions of the future. This, like, wildly optimistic, almost to an unhinged extent, like, visions of the future. Will humans ever live in space? And you go in there and you read the article, and the answer is a resounding no, or probably not, you know? No. To me, this is just further encouragement to get our act together here on this planet and make sure that this lovely, hospitable planet on which we first evolved, that it is still here for us in the future. Because space is not hospitable or lovely. At least not for human life. It's lovely to study from the comfort of our own planet. But to try and seek our future out there in the short term is foolhardy. So yeah. Define space, though. I think this is low Earth orbit and higher, Dunpeel Hunter. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But check this out if you're interested. This was the October 2023 edition of Scientific American. Fascinating stuff, and yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah. Humans would have been living in space in the 90s? I completely disagree, John Dre Loon. Completely disagree. Space is not conducive to human life. Everything from the radiation that permeates human bodies because you're outside of the Earth's magnetic field, to the lack of gravity or microgravity in, like, space stations. Like, it eats away at your body. Growing food up in space would be extraordinarily difficult. I mean, I'm all for the exploration of space and humans traveling up to space stations for scientific enterprises, but if we're trying to look at space, as pioneers, let's strike off into space and conquer the galaxy because, we're really wrecking our home planet. It's an incredibly foolhardy pursuit. Oh, yeah. We do need Earth-like gravity. Exactly, Sporky. Yeah. But yeah. And Ungil, I'm not arguing, Oogly81, I'm not arguing that space exploration or the space program are not worth funding. They 1,000,000% are worth funding, and we absolutely should pour 10 times as much money into funding the U.S. space program and basic scientific research in general. I am 1,000,000% for that. We need more funding for science, because science funding improves our lives as human beings. There have been so many different discoveries and technologies, new inventions that have come through the U.S. space program, and through the, various Russian space programs as well. What I'm really leery about is this idea that, we can trash the Earth because, we got Mars afterward. We can just move there. It's kind of like the Elon Musk idea about this. Incredibly misguided, and it could very well lead to the extinction of the human species, as well as countless other species on Earth. Holy cow. Because we will not be the first species to go extinct. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Portal says, I need funding for studying science. I hope you get that, Portal. Yeah. I'm glad you're here, though. Welcome back, Portal guys. So yeah. Yeah. And Jake Lee says Venus would be easier to terraform. Interesting. There is lovely footage that I saw from the surface of Venus the other day. It was mind-blowing. It's like these are the best images ever from the surface of Venus, and they were, oh, it was so cool. But anyway, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Let's get into Metazoa here, shall we? Because it's now 4 p.m., and thank you, Lenina, for notifying me of this. Let's try and figure out what our mystery animal of the day is, and then we'll, I guess, return to this topic. But yeah. Let's go ahead and get into it. If you've never seen this before, this is a guessing game. We're trying to guess what our mystery animal of the day is by using phylogeny, the evolutionary tree of life. This is hopefully just going to take a couple minutes, but let's get into it right here. The way that it works is you type in the name of an animal here, and, oh, like you, Mini Pie. Holy cow. Mini Pie, howdy. Oh, hang on. There we go. Yeah, how you doing, Mini Pie? Do you have a mammal for us to guess? I like to start with a mammal for Metazoa because the game is heavily tilted toward mammals, of course. Placental mammals in particular. Yeah, we could do cat for the first guess, HD. Cats are a carnivorous mammal. They're... yeah. You're kind of... Laurasia, they're a kind of Boroeutherian mammal. A feliform carnivorous mammal, Mini Pie. Yeah. Here, come here. Can I give you a treat? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Here you go. Good stuff. Yeah, thanks for showing up. You've got so much sincerity. I gotta brush you. I can't not do it. Let's bring out that lustrous coat there. Or let's clear away all those shed hairs. Huh. There we go, Minnie. Yeah. What do you think? Is that pretty good?
Really spectacular.
The spa treatment.
Christasticus gifted a tier 1 sub.
Christasticus, thank you for that gift sub there. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, are you a feliform carnivorous? Of course you are. Yeah, we'll start off with cat here in a minute. Thanks for the visit. Enjoying that? I live with 3 cats here, chat. And Mini Pie is the most outgoing and goofy of the 3. Well, I don't know if you're the goofiest. Sweetie Pie can also be pretty goofy. Moon Pie can also be... You know, you're all goofy. I'll say that. Is that fair? You can be a bit of a goober sometimes. Huh. Dunpeel Hunter says, my cat sees a cat and is suddenly very interested in your stream. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, Mini Pie. Oh, you grooming me too? Thank you. I've got a little bit less hair than you do. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah. I don't have quite as lustrous a coat as you do, Mini Pie. That is a quality kitty, cracking not stirred. Welcome back. It's good to have you here. Oh. Oh, Mini Pie. He's located the cat cam. Oh, Minnie. Yeah, you love the cat cam. That's all about you. You're the star of the show, Mini Pie. You're the star of the show. You've got so much loose hair here. You really ought to do something about this, Mini Pie. It's everywhere. It's getting everywhere. Your hairs. It's generating hairballs. How long are you going to stick around? But the cat cam is about to reset. Been around for like 2.5 minutes here. It's gonna run out of battery here. No, that's not a fake overlay. That's definitely a real battery. How does the cat know about cameras? Oh, she figured it out, Portal. It's quite clever when she wants to be. When she wants to be, you know? So much loose fur. So much. It's almost like it's springtime and you're shedding your winter coat or something. You've got, you know, central heating and air conditioning here. I don't think you would have any need for that kind of thing, but maybe, I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. As an indoor cat, do you actually have a... Oh, yeah. Do you actually respond to seasons in a noticeable way? Just knocked my mouse right off the desk. It better not be broken. Yeah. Good stuff. There you go. Quite the collection of excess fur here, aren't we? You're pushing my camera around. Keep doing that. Keep doing that. Alright, you're getting that look in your eye. It's time. It's probably time to wrap this up, huh? She's got a mischievous glint in her eyes now. Yeah? That's probably enough for now. You're gonna start biting me or something, aren't you? Aren't you? Yeah. Oh. There's hair all over my desk now. It's all over my desk. It's all over my desk. It could be, yeah. There are other animals that definitely have... They're more attuned to, length of daylight and stuff. Think of, like, Tuatara with their pineal eye. They've got, like, a... You could almost call it a third eye in the middle of their forehead. They've got light-receptive cells up there, and even, like, a primitive kind of retina. Mammals, I think, have other ways of determining... I don't think they often have like a pineal eye, but they've got other stuff going on. Yeah. What do you think? Yeah. Anyway, let's get into Metazua here. Oh, I gotta put the batteries back in my mouse. Ah. Thank goodness it still works. Okay. Let's do some Metazua here. Let's start off with cat, shall we? And let's see if that gets us... Oh boy. Okay, nowhere close. We are nowhere close with cat. No, nowhere close. Eutelostomi. These are bony animals. Bony fishes, basically. Yeah, this is the non-cartilaginous fishes. Huh. Which includes sarcopterygians, the lobe-finned fishes, which includes tetrapods. Huh, Mini Pie? Yeah. Oh. So, what I can tell you right here, chat, is that this is not going to be a mammal. It's not going to be any kind of tetrapod. Because we did cat. If it were a mammal, it would say mammalia here, or it would give us another smaller subgroup of mammals. But no, it's telling us this is some other kind of bony fish, which tells us it's going to be an actinopterygian fish. Let me show you. Go back to our tree of life here, and go to vertebrates. Vertebrates like us, Mini Pie. We're both vertebrates. We're both mammals. And we're both bony fishes. So there's our vertebrates right there. Now we have our jawed vertebrates. Just outside that are like hagfish and lampreys and stuff like that. The jawless vertebrates. Cyclostomata, I think. And we've got gnathostomata. Means mouth or jaw something. Forget what that root word means. But then we get to our bony vertebrates. This was the most exclusive clade that includes cat right here, like you, Mini Pie, and like you, Sweetie Pie. Sweetie Pie's also coming to say hello. Well, sweetie, how are you doing? Yeah. So if our mystery animal were a mammal, it would say mammalia here, or it would say Boreoeutheria, or some other subgroup of mammals like that, but it's not. The best they can do for us here is Eutelostomi. Given that cats are lobe-finned fishes, Sarcopterygii, as are all the rest of these critters, lungfishes and tetrapods, amniotes, mammals, you know. Yeah, it's not any of those. It's gotta be over here. Our critter has gotta be a ray-finned fish, not... It's not a lobe-finned fish, including tetrapods. It's instead gotta be the other branch here, a ray-finned fish. And so... ray-finned fishes are all the fishes that you think of when you think of fishes. You know, salmon and trout and halibut, tuna and clownfish and sailfish and everything else, you know? These are all the fishes that you think of when you think of fishes. When you think of fishes, you probably don't think about frogs or birds, opossums or snakes or lemurs, but those are a kind of lobe-finned fish. They are sarcopterygians. Our mystery animal is not a sarcopterygian, it is a ray-finned fish. It's gotta be. So, yeah. Give me the name of a ray-finned fish, chat. I don't think this game has too many ray-finned fishes, but Barracuda is an interesting one, Mary L. Let's try Barracuda. Oh, and I'll see you later, Mini Pie. You leaving? No, you're not. Okay. You sticking around for a little while longer? Cool. Let's try Barracuda. I like that. Ooh, and it is a true teleost fish here. Teleostii. Yeah. What do you think, Minnie? You like fishes, don't you? You like ray-finned fishes? Yeah. So yeah, it's within Teleostii, which... Let's look at the teleosts. This is... Most of the fish that you think of when you think of fish are teleosts. This group first arrived during the Mesozoic, during the age of dinosaurs, and they have since taken over the world. Most fish species, most ray-finned fish species today are teleost fish. And what's more, it is a euteleost. So those are everything from char to pilotfish, bass, seahorse, etc. So we can be sure that it's not going to be a barb or a bullhead, probably like a catfish or something. It's not going to be a moon eye or a bony tongue. It's not going to be an eel or a tarpon or a ladyfish or a bonefish. It's going to be a member of this group right here, the euteleosts. And I kind of want to try bass. Yesterday it was trout. Let's try bass. Oh boy, and it's not... Okay, this is good. It tells us this is not part of Percomorphaceae. These are probably like perches and their relatives. So it's not going to be a percomorph fish. It's not going to be one of those. It's going to be something outside of that. See here? How both barracuda and bass are percomorph fishes? It's going to be outside of that clade. Minnie Pie, stop. Don't mess with my light. What are you doing over there? You got that crazy look in your eyes. Hey. Calm down. Calm. Calm yourself. Yeah. So this isn't going to be a sturgeon Smorphosaurus, because sturgeon are way basal. They're outside of teleost fishes. Sturgeon are way over here. Yeah. They're over here in sturgeons and paddlefish. What we're looking at are here, the euteleosts. And we know it's not a percomorph fish. So it's not going to be one of these. It's going to be something in between the base of euteleosts and the percomorphs. Where is salmon on here? And okay, it's not going to be salmon. It's definitely not going to be salmon, because salmon are percomorphs. Salmon are part of this clade, the percomorph fishes. We know it's not a salmon. Could be a catfish, asks Harry. That's a good question. Looks like it could be, maybe. Although, there might be multiple fishes all called catfish. Marine catfish, sea catfish. Yeah, it probably is catfish we're thinking of. Euteleosts. Are catfish part of Euteleosta, though? They are not. They're from just outside Euteleosta, so it doesn't look like it can be a catfish. We could try pike. If they have pike. They don't. They don't have pike. I don't think they're going to have blobfish either, Garnastuda, but they don't have blobfish either. Mackerel, maybe? They don't have mackerel. Could it be a tuna, though? Could it be a tuna? I'm reading a book about tuna right now. It's really good. The book. Not the fish. I don't eat them. Are tuna are a euteleost fish? They are, but tuna might also be a percomorph fish. This is a tricky one. They are percomorphs, so it's not going to be tuna. Yeah. I don't think it's going to be anchovy either, Alex Vixen. Because anchovy are... Oh, no, hang on. No, anchovies are not euteleosts, so it's not going to be an anchovy either. This is a tricky one. This is a tricky one, but I'm really glad that this is, that we can actually, like... Yeah. Yeah, what about goldfish? Go back to Euteleostomorpha. Euteleosts. Let's try goldfish. Goldfish are kind of carp, I think. And they are also not euteleost fish. Yeah. Oh yeah, Cosmic Seeking, goldfish are carp. Yep. Yep. Yeah. And Milan.
Together in one vast supercontinent.
Thank you.
Dinosaurs soon occupied every corner of that world.
I appreciate that, Milan. Thank you for the 4 months of support. And look, we are now exactly 1/2 of the way to our weekly sub goal on the last stream of the week. Thank you, Milan. I appreciate your ongoing support. Thank you for that. Jack's Facts.
You know that new sound you're looking for? Well, listen to this.
Jack's Facts. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing?
Jack's Facts has a new sound for their 4 listeners.
It is wonderful to have you here, Jack's Facts. We are talking animals right now, well, as we often do on this channel, obviously, but we're also having a visit from one of my landlords currently. Yeah. Jack's Facts, how did your stream go? What kind of critters were you talking about today? I'd love to hear about it. Yeah. We are in the throes of Metazoa, trying to guess our mystery animal of the day. You know, it's some kind of euteleost fish that is outside of Percomorphaceae. It's not a percomorph fish. Yeah. What about grouper, says Majestic Biscuit. Do they have grouper? They do not. This game also doesn't have a lot of animals. Like, there are many animals that are not included within this game. Yeah. Mini Pie just scared Sweetie Pie away. Mini Pie just knocked my camera lens cap off the table, off the desk with her tail, and Sweetie Pie went running. Yeah. Cosmic Seekin says lionfish. That's a... They don't have lionfish. Shoot. That's a good guess, though. Anglerfish? They do have anglerfish. Are anglerfish a kind of non-percomorph euteleost? Let's see here. Euteleosts here. There, and then we'll see where anglerfish lie. Yeah. All right, there's our euteleosts. But basically what we're trying to do here is we're trying to find fish between here and here. The percomorph fishes. Because we know it is, our mystery animal is within Euteleostomorpha, but outside of Percomorphaceae. So, oh man, I got cat hair all over my face, and it's stuck in my beard and my mustache. Mini Pie, you're a menace. Yeah. And hey, Science Streams, how are you doing? Welcome. How was your conference, Balintz? I hope it was real good. How'd it go? Yeah. Like that thing. Your Honor, I'm not a cat. I don't know how to turn this off, but I am not a cat. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Yeah. It was here.
Mr. Ponton, I believe you have a filter turned on in the video settings. You might want to take a look.
Can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. I think it's a filter.
It is, and I don't know how to remove it. I've got my assistant here. She's trying to, but I'm prepared to go forward with it. I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
Nor am I, but you know, sometimes it might seem like I am. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. I'm not a cat. Exactly. It's exactly what a cat would say, isn't it? How can we be sure? Anyhow, let's get back to here. So you see our conundrum right now. And Z2Thet, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Holy cow. Yeah. But yeah. No, you were not. There you go, HD. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Z2Thet, thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Thank you for that follow. Welcome. Here, we're trying to figure out what our mystery animal of the day is. We know it's not a percomorph fish, but it is a euteleost fish, and so we're here trying to figure that out. Let's try anglerfish. Are anglerfish, do they fit those criteria? Are they? No, they are percomorph fish. That's not gonna work. Yeah. This is a tricky one. This is a really tricky one. I know we've only done a couple of guesses so far. We've done 3 guesses. Sorry. It wasn't a cat. It wasn't a barracuda. It's not a bass. But this has given us, it's constrained it pretty well if we can just figure out what kinds of fishes are included within this game. Give me the name of another fish, chat. Seahorse is an interesting one. They do have seahorse. Do seahorse fit the bill? Is a seahorse a non-percomorph euteleost? No, they are percomorphs. Shoot. Yeah. That's not gonna work. Let's try again. Pike, says Harry. I don't think they have pike. I think we've tried that. Pike. They don't have pike. Our carp perch. They are, Claireburr, yeah. Yeah. Eel, says Sparky Pugwash. It's not going to be an eel either, because eels are not euteleosts. Here. Let me show you. Let's look at a silver cusk eel. Oh, wait, no, they are? What? What kind of eels do they have in the game? Electric eel is a kind of knife fish, which... I don't think these are teleost fish, but they might be. Let's take a look. Electric eel are... Oh, this might be it. This might be it. Oh, no. They're not euteleosts. They're just outside of that. Euteleosts are the group that we're looking for. And an electric eel is going to be outside of euteleosts, I think, right? Yeah, they're just outside of that clade, so it's not going to be an electric eel. We could try sailfish or swordfish. They do have swordfish. Ooh. That's tantalizing. Although it looks like they're also percomorph fishes. Yeah. This is a tricky one, chat. I'm glad we're not bleeding guesses here. But it is tricky because I don't know my fishes well enough to be able... Yes, they are a percomorph fish, and we're looking for a fish that's outside of that. We gotta find one that's between this and the euteleosts. So what do we have here? Trout. It's not going to be trout again, is it? It was trout yesterday. It better not be trout again. Trout was our answer yesterday. We can try char. They don't have that. If it's just going to be trout again, I've specifically not said trout because it was trout yesterday, but if it is... And Lenina, thank you for gifting Alex Vixen. I appreciate that.
Alex Vixen.
Yeah.
They have given 284 gift subs in the channel.
Let's try it, you know?
Hold on to your butts.
Okay. Wait. It's within salmon a day? I thought we tried salmon and salmon turned out to be a... Here, let's go back to the euteleosts. Salmon. I thought salmon were... No! Oh, curse you common names. This is the problem. This is not salmon. This is a different kind of fish, which is called salmon. That's what threw me off here. Curse you common names. That's really annoying. When everyone thinks of salmon, they think of Oncorhynchus. That's the genus they think of for salmon, which is over here, and that means it's gonna be salmon. The answer is gonna be salmon today. Yeah. Sculpin says, listen to the ichthyologist. Yeah. That's so frustrating. It's gonna be salmon. Watch. That's it. Fall Machine says maybe you should do a stream on why names are important. Oh, Fall Machine. If anybody would like to watch those streams, they are here. Yeah. Why are dinosaurs named like that? Dinosaur Names Part 2. These two streams we were talking all about names, you know? Names.
Study that identified this ability to guess names and that names fit their owner, which helps explain at least a little.
Yeah. And Nathan. Anywho. Yeah. Anywho, this is why we have scientific names, you know? So that we don't get stuck with situations like this again. Yeah. The game use common names or scientific names? Common names. Oops, kapoots. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway,
Tradoon.
Yeah, I'm trying to find you a decent video here on this that we didn't watch on Monday or Tuesday, but I don't know if we're going to be able to find one. Yeah. You know what? Let's talk about... Should we talk about classification? I don't know. Moody Mud says, know about any places to find fossils in or around Tokyo? Well, shoot, there's the Tokyo National Museum. Wonderful place to find fossils in a museum. Tokyo tends to be, there's a little bit of infrastructure in and around Tokyo, as I understand. So not a lot of, like, you know... Not really like the kind of prime fossil hunting area that like we would normally think of as a place to find fossils, where you've got just tons of exposed sedimentary rock. I don't know. I've never actually been to Japan. Booty Mud. Mudya Mud. So yeah. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I immediately think of dinosaurs, and most of the dinosaurs that have been found in Japan have been up in Fukui Prefecture, up north. Yeah. But Japan isn't really much of a desert country. And so you don't really find... I don't know, Japan isn't really well known for being like a prime fossil hunting country. But there are certainly dinosaurs from there. From Fukui Raptor, or is this Fukui Venator? To Fukuisaurus. To Tyrannomimus, which was just recently named. Oh yeah. Anyway, yeah. I can change Metazoo to use scientific names. That wasn't really our issue there, HD, but yeah. My issue was that OneZoom was using common names. Oh, I don't know. Like, it's not really that that this was using common names, it's that we've got many, many different creatures that are called salmon. You know? Yeah. Here, as another example, if I type in vertebrata, look at what I get. Is it going to take me to vertebrate animals? Or is it going to take me to something else entirely? Yeah. And, Muddy Mud says, cool, thanks for the informative info. Oh, you bet, Muddy Mud. Shoot. Yeah. I'll check out the Tokyo Museum in Fukui sometime. Yeah, one of these days I'll go to Japan, hopefully to give a talk or do some research or something like that. Because, man, do the Japanese people love dinosaurs. Not everyone does, but, you know, there's a tremendous amount of enthusiasm for dinosaurs in Japan. And I love that about that country. Yeah, Vertebrata rudolens is a kind of something. What even is this clade here? Some kind of red algae or something? Some kind of plant, okay. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. And there are dinosaur fossils in Antarctica. Oops Kapoots, most certainly, yes. We've talked about this before. I'll show you a brief clip. There you go. There's a trailer.
It's the coldest, windiest place on Earth.
Shoot, there are living dinosaurs in Antarctica. We call them penguins, but there's Mesozoic dinosaurs as well. Fossil dinosaurs from the Mesozoic era.
But Antarctica's wilderness was not always frozen.
Yep.
Discover an ancient realm of midnight suns, night hunters and river monsters. A prehistoric kingdom lost to time and ice.
Rhyolophosaurus right there, the frozen crested lizard.
Join a new generation of scientists on an Antarctic adventure to uncover a hidden dinosaur story. A cinematic journey from today's frozen desert to a lush
Oops Kapoots, thank you for those 5 gift subs. I do appreciate that. Thank you for that. Yeah. Thank you, Oops Kapoots. Thank you kindly. There's 5 people in the chat who won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days. Thanks to you, and I really appreciate that. And so does Sweetie Pie. Hey, Sweetie Pie, do you want to come say hello? I know Mini Pie was monopolizing my attention earlier. Do you want to come over here, sweetie? Psst, psst, psst. Hey.
Of giants. Welcome to the dinosaur continent of Gondwana. Welcome to Antarctica.
Yeah. Out of all of Earth's continents, we've got the fewest Mesozoic dinosaurs from Antarctica so far, but they are there. It's just that's the most difficult continent to work on. But yeah. And you are correct, Oops Kapoots. At one point, at the beginning of the age of dinosaurs, all of Earth's continents were stuck together in one massive supercontinent today we call Pangaea. There's North America there, Africa, South America right here, and then down below you've got Antarctica, Australia, India, and Madagascar stuck in there, and then over here you've got Europe and Asia. All stuck together like this. But this is only the beginning of the age of dinosaurs. This is one of those myths that I'm constantly trying to dispel, is that like, oh, well, there was a time of the dinosaurs. And all the dinosaurs lived together at the same time, and, you know, kind of like your, you know, age of the dinosaurs playset. You know, like, oh, these different dinosaurs. Stegosaurus right next to Tyrannosaurus, right next to Dilophosaurus. Those three dinosaurs lived tens of millions of years apart. And so when we're thinking about Pangea, this is only at the very beginning of the age of dinosaurs. It continued to break up over the course of the Mesozoic era, the age of the dinosaurs. Earth was constantly changing, and then this is what it looked like at the end of the age of dinosaurs. Much more similar to today. Sweetie Pie. Oh, goodbye, sweetie. Okay. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Claire says, denied. Sweetie Pie is like, nope. Denied. Yeah. Oh boy. The 100th cat spotting, and such a brief one. Well. Sweetie Pie, you can still come back up here if you want to. If you want some more attention. It's here for you. I'm here for you. Yeah. Oh, and there she is. Hello, sweetie. What are you doing? Oh, hang on. Cat cam malfunction. That's better. That's better. Yeah. What are you looking at? Are you looking at my backdrop today? Exploring my office? Yeah. Not a cat trick so far. We still need Moon Pie to show up, Tone, before we've got a 3-cat cat trick. Like a hat trick, but for cats. Yeah, look at all this stuff up here. Mammoth up here, Sweet Pie? Dodo? Yeah. What do you think of those? Those look cool?
This is it. This is the horizon which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs. Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, in these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Gaz, the Kit Man, how are you doing?
Have stumbled below that level. Let's talk dinosaurs.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Oh, and there goes Sweetie Pie. Gaz the Kit Man, how was your stream? Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are things? Sonic Boss 1991 says, Kitty, yes indeed, that was Sweetie Pie, one of my feline overlords here. Gaz and everybody else who might be new, let me introduce myself real quick.
The odds of this happening are so
Frazzo.
are impossible to calculate. But then on top of that, to actually find the fossil makes the world of the dinosaur hunter the world of the long shot.
Frazzo, thank you for
dig your
the...
streams. Sorry.
No apologies necessary, Frazzo. I dig those 6 months of support. Thank you for your support of science education, science outreach, promotion of science literacy here on Twitch. Appreciate that. Welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. If you just waltzed in here with Gaz, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Hopefully you know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. That's me. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the summers, and of course what I talk about 5 days a week here on Twitch. So, yeah. If you've got any questions at all about dinosaurs specifically, or about fossils more broadly, maybe about the history of life on Earth, got questions about extinction or evolution or the scientific method or any of that stuff, don't hesitate with those questions. I'm here to answer them for you. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
The ponderous Trachodon, 32 feet long and 14 feet high.
Thank you for the follow, Sonic Boss.
1,500 teeth, and not a single cavity.
Yeah. Sonic Boss says, what's your favorite dinosaur? I have several. I have a command right there. Yeah, Trachodon. That's a blast from the past, isn't it? Dyson Dinosaur? Yeah. And yeah, we were talking about the KT boundary, which is today known as the KPG boundary. Yes, yeah. By the way, if you type in !necklace, then you'll see the connection that this has to the KPG boundary. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, Sonic Boss, one of the dinosaurs that's not actually mentioned in that favorite dinosaurs command is this one. Let me grab it and I'll show you. This right here is a model that I sculpted and then 3D printed. This is Triarchunkus prairiensis, one of my very favorite dinosaurs. And it is one of my very favorites because, well, it's got a special place in my heart. I was part of the team that brought this creature to life, that discovered it and published on it. This is what we call an alvarezsaur, or a mononychine. It is, this is about 1/2 to 1/3 life size. It's not a big animal, but it's not the tiniest animal either. But these were little hook-handed, long-legged, insect-eating dinosaurs. Were very bird-like. So yeah. You might be familiar with Mononychus, perhaps? Right here, this critter. From Mongolia. It seems that our creature from Montana, from just a little bit after Mononychus, there's a chance it evolved from Mononychus. But they do seem to be sister taxa. It's really difficult to actually establish, like, true evolutionary descent in the fossil record with as limited material as we have, but yeah. And what were those claws used for, Mauve Cube? I'll show you one hypothesis, one that I think makes a lot of sense. This is Mononychus, again, from Mongolia. But essentially the same creature
Is a desert specialist.
as Triarchunkus. Same idea.
Such hypersensitive directional hearing gives her a mental map of this hollow log.
We think they did probably have very good hearing.
Lies within. She now uses the weapon that gives this hunter its name. Mononychus.
There you go. Yeah.
Single giant claw. Just what she needs to open a termite's nest.
And Frazo, Prehistoric Planet is amazing. If you've not seen this series yet,
She has another special
you
piece
should
of
check it out. It's amazing. Really excellent.
A
Makes my
flexible
heart smile
tongue,
as a paleontologist.
twice the length of her head.
Yeah.
An excellent protein-packed meal. If only termites weren't quite so irritating.
Anyway, these creatures are called alvarezsaurs. Mononychus and Triarchunkus are both members of the same family. Yeah, none of them are particularly large. And they're all, kind of lightly built like this. They've got these long, stilty legs, very, very short arms with one big claw on each hand. Some of them might legitimately only have one claw on each hand. That's a funny one. They make it look like a kiwi bird. I'm here for it though. I like it. Yeah. Yeah. They're neat little critters. There's Alvarezsaurus right there. Yeah. But yeah. 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 Anyway, if you want to watch Prehistoric Planet, you can actually do it with a free trial for Apple Plus TV or whatever they call it with that link. So, or that link will tell you about how to do it. Oops Kaput says, I had no idea Mesozoic dinosaurs could be so bird-like. Where do you think birds came from? Oops Kaput, there are dinosaurs that are even more bird-like than that. Some of them were birds. But here, we talked about this multiple times yesterday. Good old Anchiornis. I say good old Anchiornis, but we've not actually known about it for that long. But yeah, this is a little troodontid from, I think, the latest Jurassic of China? Or earliest Cretaceous? I kind of forget. But yeah, extraordinarily bird-like little dinosaur. In fact, there are some paleontologists who think that this is just straight up a bird. It's dinosaurs like this that really blur the line between non-avian dinosaurs and avian dinosaurs. So yeah. Yeah. And we do not have evidence of the tongue there. Kisame, no. No, we don't. So the tongue part is speculative in that video. But with animals like Anchiornis, we can actually tell what colors they were. Like, these fossils are so incredibly well preserved that we can actually tell that these animals had kind of like it's like a red mohawk like this. We know that they had black and white stripes on their tail and on their wings and on their legs. Sometimes when you have absolutely exquisite preservation like this, even the color cells in the feathers are preserved. It's pretty awesome. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. Really neat. Really, really neat. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. Good stuff. Before everybody showed up here, before all these new folks showed up, we were talking about the Anthropocene, this proposed idea. I think we might be almost done with that, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Should we get into the Spinosaurid thing? I'm a little bit hesitant to talk about Spinosaurus and Spinosaurids, because this is a group that I'm currently studying, and I don't want to put too much information out there before I publish on this. But we had another new publication just come out. And why don't we get into it? Yeah. Here. Should be on my homepage, but let's try this. That's not it there. There it is. SCIENCE News. Oops Kaput says we promise we won't tell anyone. Well, if you promise, then I guess we can get into this. Paleontologists find flaws in research supporting aquatic pursuit hunting in Spinosaurus. So this is a group of dinosaurs that I'm currently working on. The Spinosaurids. And if you do like an image search for Spinosaurus, you'll see a lot of images of them like cruising through the water like this. You know, or like this, you know, a swimming Spinosaurus. Not just swimming, but swimming under the water. like a crocodile or something like that. I want to make something very, very clear here at the outset. Because I know sometimes when we as scientists are trying to communicate ideas to the public, sometimes not everything gets across. What I want to start off by saying is that dinosaurs could swim. In general, dinosaurs could swim. But being able to swim, and even being good at swimming, is very different from being specifically evolved to hunt prey under the water as a pursuit predator.
The inside story of the extraordinary world of paleontologists.
Oh, holy cow.
What they do, why what they do is important for science and society.
David Peterson and their 30 raiders have stumbled into the extraordinary world of paleontologists.
David Peterson, thank you for the raid. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? David Peterson and Raiders, how are things? I hope you had a wonderful stream. Doing some more art. The guard prevail. Yes, indeed, Nathan Pride Art. Welcome back. How are you doing, everybody? It is really good to have you here. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Happy Friday. We are about to get into something new here. Well, get into some news, I should say. Right here. David Peterson, you know that I work on Spinosaurids, and I really got to get my butt in gear and get that paper published soon, because some other authors are independently reaching some of the same conclusions that I and my co-authors have reached. So yeah. Anyway, welcome, Raiders. It's good to have you here. If anybody's here for the very first time...
The field isn't narrow to what we understand. On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
Kyle Gerbrandt, thank you for the follow. If you are new like Kyle Gerbrandt is, thank you for following. Let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaur fossils are what I dig up, what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature. Dinosaurs are what I do. Most paleontologists don't work on dinosaurs. It's only like a very small minority of paleontologists who do work on dinosaurs, but that's me. I do. Anyway, if any of you are not yet following David Peterson, you might not be aware that the author and artist behind Mouse Guard is right here on Twitch. You know, Mouse Guard. By David Peterson. That's David Peterson right there. Go give him a follow. Incredible artwork. I love this almost like Alphonse Mucha kind of style. This lovely Art Nouveau kind of like hard lines and soft watercolors in between. It's just lovely stuff. Really beautiful.
Edition of Lifestyles of the Large and Extinct.
And Hika Art, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Thanks for following. Yeah. But yeah. Go follow David Peterson right now. If you're not yet doing so. Anywho. Yeah. We were about to talk about this. And Omar Delmar. I dig that, Apatosaur. How you doing? Thanks for being here. And Orange Squeeze. Thanks for swooping in with that follow. Appreciate you. Yeah. And yeah, of course, Kyle Gerbrandt. Where did that book go? I've got a lovely book of Alphonse Mucha's art here. Also an influence on my own style as an artist and illustrator. But yeah. Where did that go? Here, let's look at my books here. know if I'll be able to find it in time. It's a small book. Difficult to spot. But, yeah. I'm not going to be able to find it without derailing the stream. But yeah. Anyway, Kyle Gerbrand, it's good to have you here. We're about to talk about Spinosaurids and what they were doing in order to catch their fishy prey and all that. But yeah. And Nupa says, I followed during the previous stream for the science, clarity, and disclaimers. You and the mods with links are offering here. Thank you. Thank you. The cats may have something to do with it too. Yeah, the cats are part of the reason why I'm here as well. Or it's because of the grace of those cats that I get to be here, I should say. They approved of me. I was able to move in. Good stuff. Yeah. And, you know you're right, Harry. That is indeed what the song is called. Yeah. It's by Nirvana. This is like a surf rock cover of that song. Anywho. Back to dinosaur science here. So, this just came out the other day. Paleontologists find flaws in research supporting aquatic pursuit hunting in Spinosaurus. I'm working on Spinosaurids, this whole family of fish-eating theropod dinosaurs. The Spinosauridae. These critters, and they are cool critters indeed. Among them, some of the largest of the theropod dinosaurs. Man, they got big. They got very, very big. And here you see Spinosaurus just going like that. You know, as if flying through the air, or perhaps swimming through the water. This is an idea that's been out for a few years, that Spinosaurus was like an underwater pursuit predator of fishes. This runs counter to my own work on Spinosaurids. I don't think it makes sense. And now these authors, led by Nathan Myhrvold, they're saying it doesn't make sense either. We'll get into this in a minute, but first, so that you don't get it twisted, I would like to emphasize the idea that dinosaurs could swim. And that's most, if not all, dinosaurs could swim. And they're probably pretty good at it, too. This paper is not saying that Spinosaurus couldn't swim. Do not get that twisted. It's saying that it wasn't an underwater pursuit predator. It's not like a hunter-killer submarine, you know? Anyway, to get us started in that direction, take a look at this video here from Prehistoric Planet to help kind of introduce this idea of swimming dinosaurs and how we know that they could swim. Lovely stuff. Yeah. Could T-Rex really swim? The answer is yes.
The skull of Tyrannosaurus Rex, surely the most terrifying hunter that ever existed. These huge teeth
same to you, Snowball. Thanks for
of its efficiency as a hunter. And studies of the skull have also shown that it had an acute sense of smell. But what evidence is there that it ever went for a swim? The sight of a Tyrannosaurus Rex swimming with his young may seem surprising. But like all of the dinosaur behavior in Prehistoric Planet, this is backed up by some remarkable science.
It is really cool that, like, most of the stuff in this series is actually based on real fossil evidence, including T-Rex swimming.
These mostly land-living predators were massive, 13 meters long and tipping the scales at around 10 tons.
And Salamander makes a good point here. Salamander says, when this came out, I was so confused why they chose to focus on this little factoid, like swimming T-Rex. To explore further, it seems so obvious to me, of course it could swim. But I've started to understand now how narrow the scope of people's ideas about dinosaurs are. Yes, Salamander, yes. And that's, you know, with Prehistoric Planet, I feel like Darren Naish was really trying to educate the public about dinosaurs in like a very thoughtful and well-considered way. Like, there's limited runtime for this. Let's dispel some myths about dinosaurs by showing and not telling in some of these cases. So, like, having swimming T-Rex here. Starting off the series with this, it captures people's attention. It gets them to, like, sit up and go, what? I've never seen that before. It puts a really familiar animal that you kind of have to have. You have to feature T-Rex if you're going to feature Maastrichtian dinosaurs, you know? But it's taking that dinosaur and putting it into a novel context that's very realistic, and this definitely did happen in real life. But your average member of the public would never think about T-Rex swimming like this, you know? And that's one of the things that I really like about this series is... it's just done in a really thoughtful way, for the most part.
Mostly land-living predators were massive, 13 meters long and tipping the scales at around 10 tons. Not
and yeah, ostriches and emus, we'll talk about them in a minute, Smay. That comes up in this video.
T-Rex is part of a group of dinosaurs called the theropods. That's the predatory dinosaurs. And one of the key features of this group of dinosaurs is they had large, very muscular bird-like hind limbs, which were mostly built for walking and running.
But such legs would also be effective in swimming.
Yep.
A powerful kicking motion would have allowed theropods like T-Rex to cross large bodies of water. And in the fossil record, there is direct evidence for exactly this.
Yep. Yes, indeed.
Score-like marks, known as swim traces, created when the claws of two-legged dinosaurs like T-Rex scraped sediment on the bottom of lakes, rivers, and the seabed as they swam.
Yep. We call these swim tracks or swim traces, and you can see some of them in southern Utah. Anybody here ever seen, heard of, or been to the town of St. George in Utah? Yeah. I guess this will work. We looked at this the other day. This video here.
Are great attractions, but what you're looking at are the remains of dead animals. Here at this site, we have fossils that were made by living animals, and so we...
Here. Take a look at this. Lovely video by Brian Ang here. Yeah.
Welcome to the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site.
Oh, hang on. Technical difficulties.
The museum you're about to explore is built around one of the most important and fascinating dinosaur track sites anywhere in the world. The stone floor of this museum was actually deposited here in the early Jurassic period, around 200 million years ago.
Dinosaurs like Dilophosaurus would have lived there.
Deposited along the shoreline of an ancient lake. Paleontologists have named this prehistoric lake deposit Lake Dixie. This important fossil site was discovered in the year 2000 by Dr. Sheldon Johnson, a local optometrist, when he was leveling out a hill on his property. As Dr. Johnson...
Yeah, anyway, cool stuff. Good for him. He actually presented this to scientists. He said, hey, let's, take a look. This is really cool stuff. And he made it available to the public and for scientific study. And now this is like a treasure, an absolute like world-class treasure when it comes to understanding dinosaur behavior. Let's go to the swim traces part of it.
So one of the unusual features of this vertebra, of this backbone, is that it has a bunch of very thin little sheets of bone all over the place surrounding these little hollow spaces.
Yep.
And what these hollow spaces were, they were filled with actual air sacs in the life of the living animal, very similar to what you see in modern-day birds.
This adaptation actually lightens the bones, which enabled Dilophosaurus and other large theropod dinosaurs to become giants, while enabling these smaller living theropods to become light enough to take flight.
Yeah.
But what were these strange predatory dinosaurs doing along the shoreline of Lake Dixie? The reason tracks are so important is because they actually record the behavior and movements of these animals in the environment where they actually lived.
Yep.
And the tracks at this site reveal surprising behaviors that nobody would have guessed based on bones alone.
So what we have here is a collection of dinosaur swim tracks.
It's Andrew
made by
Milner.
Small meat eaters that are buoyed up in the water, and as they're kicking their feet, their toes strike the muddy bottom, leaving these parallel sets of 3 scrape marks.
Yep.
Here at the
You can tell
Dinosaur
these animals were
Discovery Site
swimming.
at Johnson Farm, we have the world's largest and best preserved collection of dinosaur swim tracks. And these tracks ended all controversy on whether or not dinosaurs actually swam.
Yeah,
In a
we know
few
they did
cases,
all the time,
Scratch
probably.
marks left by swimming become footprints of animals walking up the muddy banks, and in one case, sitting down on the shoreline to rest.
Pretty cool.
There's the
Pretty
circular
cool.
depression, which is caused by the pelvis and the hips touching down, called the ischiocolosity, so basically a dinosaur butt print. And then here we have the metatarsal impressions, so the left and the right feet side by side as the animal sat back on its heels. So here we can see curved marks right here. These are caused by the hands as the animal
Hands right there,
cracked.
yeah.
And what we can see is that the hands were turned inward. For the longest time, a lot of paleontologists reconstructed meat-eating dinosaurs with their palms down. And these animals couldn't do that based on what we know of the bones. And this is the first trace that actually shows hand impressions with a meat-eating dinosaur trace. And it shows that the hands are in fact turned inward.
Pretty cool stuff, right?
But tracks...
How neat is that? Oh, it's so cool. Yeah. And Kyle Gerbrandt says, it makes a good point here. This is something we were talking about just the other day. It's kind of crazy that there are laws for if we find human history, but this could have been lost if someone else found it and decided they wanted to use the land. And that happens all the time. Sometimes remarkable fossil sites like this are just completely destroyed. Because it's like, there's no laws protecting it. So yeah. So we are incredibly lucky that this was found on...
We all knew. If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
Very lucky indeed. Gregorio Robertos.
Science.
Thank you for the 8 months of support. I really appreciate that. Yeah. We're very lucky that that the person who who found these in the first place, we're incredibly lucky that he recognized them as being important and wanted to preserve this for posterity, you know?
The museum you're about to explore in the early July, this pre-fossil site was discovered in the year 2000 by Dr. Sheldon Johnson, a local optometrist, when he was leveling out a hill on his property.
Eyeglasses.
As Dr. Johnson turned over slabs of rock on his land, he was surprised to discover incredibly detailed footprints and natural casts of footprints left by the feet of dinosaurs.
Isn't that cool, Golganek? Yeah.
The rocks here record a dramatic change in the environment toward the beginning of the history of dinosaurs. Each of these distinct rock formations were formed over millions of years as layers of sediment were deposited by swamps, rivers and lakes, floodplains, and desert sand dunes.
Yeah, nice.
In the late Triassic Chinle Formation, the first small dinosaurs eked out an existence in a world dominated by various other strange ancient creatures that were distinct from dinosaurs.
Yep, like Aedosaurs. Anyway, the swim traces is the reason I wanted to show you this video. I wanted to, you know, it's one thing to just play a video here and be like, oh, well, let's just watch this. But I want to give you something deeper than that. I want to give you some context. I want to emphasize the points that are really important here. So that's why we went to this other video.
Score-like marks, known as swim traces,
Yep.
created when the claws of two-legged dinosaurs like T-Rex scraped sediment on the bottom.
Many of these are probably from St. George in Utah, like we just saw. Like, this is probably from St. George there. Yeah.
Further evidence that Tyrannosaurus rex could swim has been found within its fossilized skeleton.
Yep.
Using a CT scanner, scientists found that many theropod bones have a hollow structure that would have helped their massive bodies to float.
And I want to emphasize here that the hollow structure of their vertebrae like this did not evolve to help them float. At least that's not the underlying, that's not what they're being selected for via natural selection. They're just being selected for lightweight and to be able to oxygenate their blood and their cells. And this is true of other Saurischian dinosaurs as well, like sauropods. Like, I love this figure right here. Oh, this is so wonderful. My friend and colleague Kerry Woodruff published on this a while ago. This is a sauropod dinosaur. Long-necked plant-eating dinosaur. It's from the same kind of half of the dinosaur family tree as the meat-eating dinosaurs are. And both sauropods and theropods, both the long-necked dinosaurs and the meat-eating dinosaurs, had these kinds of hollows throughout their vertebrae. They had pneumatized skeletons like this. So everything that you see here in blue is air. That's all air. Throughout the neck vertebrae right there. And then these big electric blue air sacs in the torso, and that dark blue lung in there. These were air-filled animals. And that probably would have helped them swim, I guess, but it also helps them keep their bodies lightweight on land. This is one of the secrets to the success of dinosaurs. This is one of the reasons why dinosaurs could grow to be the largest animals to ever walk our planet. Is because in large part the biggest dinosaurs were full of air like this. It's a very efficient way of growing massive by making sure that you're not too dense, you know? And eventually fly, in the case of birds, Harry, yeah. Yeah. Which is pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, and lightweight happens to mean floats easily too. That's exactly right, Charlie's Dragon. That's exactly right.
On the basis of this evidence, we
and welcome back, Jellica. How you
would have
doing?
been an excellent swimmer, and that it would have used this behaviour to expand its feeding opportunities.
To dispel any doubt that such a large animal would take to the water, you need only look at the animal kingdom today.
Yes, even animals that aren't full of air are sometimes still really good at swimming, like this Hoyers right here.
Where some of the heaviest regularly go swimming. And that's true for some of T-Rex's modern relatives.
In the modern world, the animals that are most similar to T-Rex in general body shape are giant flightless birds like ostriches and emus. And perhaps surprisingly, these animals are really good swimmers.
Yep.
There are places where these birds make sea crossings, sometimes of several miles, so they can reach offshore islands and find new sources of food.
And yeah, and to anybody who prefers the metric system, several miles, you know, multiple kilometers. Here, maybe I can find you a video of emus swimming. They're really good at it. Emus really love the water. It's pretty cool, actually. They're really good at swimming. Partly because they're all full of air as birds, you know? Yeah. How many football fields long is that? Several, Charlie's Dragon. It's not really swimming. I don't think that water's deep enough. But it does show that they really like the water. Yeah.
But Stompy's still a great segue to talk about other species.
Oh, hang on. I know her. This is Maya from Twitch.
Stompy's still a great segue to talk about other species that are affected by the exotic meat trade. Emu populations have not been negatively affected by the consumption of emu meat and the production of emu oil, which is a byproduct of emu meat that's used in a lot of cosmetic products and stuff like that. Emu populations are fine, but there are a lot of species whose populations are
I
not.
promise they're actually good at swimming. This one's just messing around in the water. Just having fun.
So,
But they are powerful swimmers.
Stompy is an ambassador to teach people about those species and about emus in general.
Oh.
Chad, this is the best day ever. This is unreal. He loves it.
Very cool. I'll give you a link to that video. Maya does good stuff, if you're not aware of her. Check her out. But yeah. Here, maybe here's a better example. Emu swimming in the lagoon at Stellar Game Birds Poultry Waterfowl. There's young emus swimming. Yeah, they love to swim. They're good at it, too. So,
Animals
yeah.
are really good swimmers, birds like ostriches and emus. And perhaps surprisingly, these animals are really good swimmers. There are places...
Oops Kaput says, I thought only certain types of birds had water-friendly feathers. There are a lot of flying birds that don't do super well if they get wet. They do have to, like, sit for a while and dry out their feathers before they can fly. Emus are not one of those. Doesn't matter how long you dry out an emu's feathers, they're still not going to be good at flying, you know?
Places where these birds make sea crossings, sometimes of several miles, so they can reach offshore islands and find new sources of food.
But 66 million years ago, venturing into coastal waters would not have been without risk, even for T-Rex.
Yeah, Mosasaurs. Yeah. Anyway. I hope I've dispelled some misperceptions here about dinosaurs and their swimming abilities. Dinosaurs could swim. In fact, we've got reason to think that pretty much... We've got reason to broadly assume that, like, all dinosaurs could swim. You know? Most animals today, most tetrapods today can swim if forced to. Many do it for fun, or just as a matter of course to reach new habitats, find new food sources, stuff like that. So anyway, yeah, this extends to the, you know, sauropods, theropods, ankylosaurs, ceratopsians, ornithopods, etc. Yeah. Would humongous dinosaurs sink or swim? The answer might surprise you. Yeah. Yeah. Human density is barely higher than that of theropods like Allosaurus or Velociraptor, but we are even denser than most sauropods because in this group, the system of air sacs were more developed, especially those of their long necks, Laramendi said. So, Allosaurus and Velociraptor actually would have been highly pneumatized too, just like a lot of sauropods. Much more so than ornithischian dinosaurs, at least. Yeah. Anyway. So with a lot of dinosaurs, they would have actually sat pretty high up in the water just because they're so full of air. Kind of like you see here. Yeah. Bobbing for sauropods. What's this? Yeah. New research keeps dinosaurs in the shallow end of the pool. Well, sort of. Anyway, interesting stuff. From that, we move to this. Paleontologists find flaws in research supporting aquatic pursuit hunting in Spinosaurus. I gotta be a little bit careful about how I talk about this because I'm currently working on Spinosaurids. I've got an upcoming paper on these guys. I don't want to give away too much stuff. Don't want to get scooped, but anyway. The lifestyle of Spinosaurid dinosaurs has been a topic of lively debate ever since the unveiling of an important new skeletal parts for Spinosaurus aegypticus in 2014 and 2020. I'm not convinced they're all part of Spinosaurus aegypticus, but that's a story for another time. Disparate lifestyles for this species have been proposed in literature. Some have even argued that it was semi-aquatic to varying degrees, hunting fish from the margins of water bodies or perhaps while wading or swimming on the surface. Others suggest that it was a fully aquatic underwater pursuit predator. I am not convinced of that, nor are these authors. And here, if we, we can find some, hang on a second here. We can probably find some videos to this effect. Here, let's take a look at this right here first. From PBS Eons to kind of lay the groundwork.
In 1912, a fossil collector discovered some strange, beautiful fragments in the eerie, beautiful Cretaceous Bahariya rock formation of Egypt. The fragments looked like they belonged to some kind of predatory dinosaur, but it was unlike anything experts had ever seen. It was later described in 1915 by a paleontologist with the awesome name of Ernst Freiherr Stromer von Reichenbach. Stromer named the new dinosaur Spinosaurus aegypticus, Latin for Egyptian spine lizard. And for a long time, that name was the only information you could find about Spinosaurus. It took nearly 100 years for scientists to even begin to figure out what this animal really was, how it looked, and why it lived the way it did. But eventually, that handful of fossil fragments would reveal to scientists one of the strangest dinosaurs that ever existed, the world's only known semi-aquatic dinosaur.
And that's also no longer true? Other Spinosaurids may very well have been semi-aquatic, but to what does that mean, semi-aquatic? You know? Are we talking like a crocodile? Are we talking like a hippo? Are we talking like a heron? Are we talking like a pond turtle? What are we talking about?
Only known semi-aquatic dinosaur.
Yeah, and Halskaraptor too, Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah, good point.
When Stromer
and also what, like Lurdosaurus and other ornithischian dinosaurs, other iguanodontians that I think have been suggested as being semi-aquatic. Yeah, I've even heard, well, shoot, Liaoningosaurus, an ankylosaur, has been thought to have been semi-aquatic. So, yeah, let us not... Okay, Dyson Dinosaur. Say no more.
First described Spinosaurus, he didn't have much to go on. Just a handful of vertebrae, several giant dorsal spines, a lower jaw fragment, and some teeth. Clearly, this thing was big, rivaling the biggest predatory dinosaurs ever found at the time. But beyond that, all Stromer could determine was that it was some kind of theropod, and it was different. For instance, there were those huge spines, the longest reaching up to 2 meters in length. At first, Stromer thought that they might have supported a fatty hump like a modern-day bison, but
there might be something there, actually.
he later concluded that they were more likely part of a giant sail, which proved to be the more popular interpretation.
Oh, gotcha. That's not... Okay. I thought maybe you had something there.
He didn't know. The jaw was also weird. The shape of the lower jaw fragment seemed to indicate that Spinosaurus had a longer, narrower snout than most theropods. The snout squared off at the end and contained long, cone-shaped teeth instead of the short, serrated ones that other carnivorous theropods usually had. It wasn't until 1936 that Stromer published a reconstruction of what he thought Spinosaurus might have looked like. And his rendering resembled basically a T-Rex with big forelimbs and a sail on its back.
Yep.
It was really awkward looking, but accurate or not, Stromer's version of the dinosaur became the most popular accepted version of Spinosaurus. And soon it became
very cool, Dyson Dinosaur, yeah.
Because in 1944, Allied forces bombed the museum in Munich where the Spinosaurus...
And they're showing the wrong bombers here. That was not a U.S. Army Air Corps raid. This was a Royal Air Force raid at the time. This was I think it was April 1944. That bombing raid consisted of RAF Royal Air Force Lancaster bombers with de Havilland Mosquito Pathfinders. So they showed they were B-17s. These are Lancs here, Lancaster bombers. Yeah. Yeah. These are B-17s right here, so, you know. Wrong plane, but that's okay.
Fossils were held, and the specimen was destroyed. Suddenly, Stromer's descriptions
And there you go,
and
Beards,
a few
yeah.
photographs of the fragments were the world's only records of this bizarre creature. As time went on, other researchers tried to develop a more
Charlie's Dragon.
picture of Spinosaurus, but their work was still based on the same old evidence. It wasn't until the late 20th century that the idea began to take shape that Spinosaurus was a dinosaur with a truly unique lifestyle. Because during that time, new fossils were discovered in Africa, Europe, and South America that shared some similarities with Spinosaurus. For example, a theropod called Baryonyx walkeri.
Yes. So, we will be talking more about this dinosaur when I get my paper submitted for publication. We'll be talking a lot more about it. But, a channel called Dinosaur Documentaries was kind enough to actually put this documentary up on YouTube. Check it out. Yeah. I'm working on that Dyson Dinosaur, yeah. On Spinosaurid feeding ecology.
My name's William Walker. I'm a plumber by trade. I often come to this part of Surrey to do a bit of fossil collecting. And one day I found a dinosaur.
Yeah.
Tens of thousands of fossilised shark's teeth.
I think it's a Galeorhinus tooth, but I won't swear to it. So I'm quite pleased with...
of us were convinced that there was more dinosaur there. And it was obvious with no cliffs above us, nothing had rolled down, we were sort of walking on it, so to speak. It was just a question of getting down there and seeing if we could...
So this goes back to a point that I talk about all the time, and it's that many important dinosaur finds have been made, and other finds within vertebrate paleontology have been made by regular people, by non-professionals, by interested amateurs, by sometimes just like regular folks out walking their dogs or bird watching or hiking or something, and they stumble upon a fossil and they make a really cool discovery. William Walker himself was an avid fossil collector. This guy knew his stuff. And so he wasn't like a random person. He really knew his stuff, but he was, you know, a plumber by trade, as he said earlier. He discovered Baryonyx. That's why the animal is named after him, Baryonyx walkeri. And I like to bring this up because streaming here on Twitch, I'm all about trying to dispel misconceptions about dinosaur science, about dinosaurs, about natural history, fossil record, and all of that. And here. I think something went wrong. What are you doing, TikTok? Hang on. There we go.
If dinosaurs...
Oh, hang on. We're gonna dive a little bit briefly into some social media here, so bear with me for just a second. Steel yourselves, prepare yourselves. We're gonna deal with something really dumb and have a little video stinger before we jump into this. Here. Let's take a look at one of these videos here. From this person, she made a TikTok about how she claims to not think that dinosaurs are real, and this gets into an important point that I'm trying to make here. So let's use this as a jumping off point for discussion, shall we?
If dinosaurs actually existed, wouldn't their bones be everywhere?
Hi, I live in southern Alberta, Canada.
And I was trying to find the original video. This lady knows what she's talking about. I think this might be what they call a duet in TikTok. I don't know. I find TikTok intolerable. But,
Canada, and
yeah.
actual fossils and dinosaur bones are everywhere, and people do find them.
Why is it that the average Joe has never dug them up?
Because
the average Joe does dig them up. I guess that's the clip that I was trying to find there. This lady just... Goodness, is it here?
If dinosaurs actually
there we go.
existed,
It's the original.
Wouldn't their bones be everywhere? Let's all put our critical thinking skills to the test this morning. So why is it that the average Joe has never dug them up? Like, why haven't you or I or anyone we know ever found a bone? And another thing, bones can completely decay within 20 years.
She's got a Google search result. Oh man. Oh, look, those sources cited there. Anyway, but you know, what was it?
To the test this morning. So why is it that the average Joe has never dug them up?
Oh boy. Only professionals like this guy here.
My name's William Walker. I'm a plumber by trade. I often come to this part of Surrey to do a bit of fossil collecting. One day, I found a dinosaur.
Anyway, he found baryonyx. And I think his son-in-law ended up bringing it to the museum. And they have got a reenactment here. Yes, very understated, very British.
I'd like to
very...
get this specimen identified. Here we are.
And there you go, Quassil. I know, right? Yeah.
So be very careful, because it's rather fragile. And we believe that this might be the tip of the claw that goes on the end, but we're not too sure at the moment. My father-in-law found it in the local brick pit, and we thought it was worthwhile to bring in to see if we could put a name on it.
You've had a good go at gluing it together anyway.
Yes, it has been attempted to be stuck
I think
together.
that at this stage it is rather a nice specimen. I won't take it in through the normal procedure.
There you go, Salamander. I know, right?
Telephone
Glue is
Dr.
cheap.
Milner to come and have a look at it.
Yeah. And that scurries Angela Milner to come see this.
I've got Trevor in. He's brought rather a nice specimen in. I think it's a dinosaur. Would you like to come and...
That should be an alert. It's just a very, like, humdrum. It's brought a rather nice, brought a rather nice fossil in. I think it might be a dinosaur. Yeah. Cheers. Oh boy. I'm gonna gonna write that down. Write that down right now. That will be a good alert. Where did my pencil go? I'll have to use a pen. Oh.
Put Trevor in. He's brought rather a nice specimen in. I think it's a dinosaur. Would you like to come and have a look?
After Trevor brought the claw into me and we discussed how interesting a find it was.
Is Angela Milner there?
Particularly because it was a very rare event to find any remains of a carnivorous dinosaur in this country. I mean, it's a rare find, even to find a small fragment. I asked him if he would go home and ask Bill Walker if he would be willing to show us where he found the specimen. And indeed, Bill Walker was very willing to go down to Ockley Pit with me and one of my colleagues and show us exactly where the specimen came from.
Yeah. Anyway, baryonyx. Yeah.
The experts can make accurate enough guesses about the missing parts of baryonyx skeleton, including the tail, to be able to reconstruct the entire animal from the bones that have survived. Fleshed over with muscles and skin, baryonyx is unlike anything ever found before.
And that's the thing, is that immediately in the early 1980s and even the late 1980s, 1986, when this critter was like really first published on, Cherrigan Milner 1986 was the first publication on baryonyx of any consequence. They didn't know what kind of a dinosaur it was. They didn't recognize that it was basically the same critter as Spinosaurus. So anyway, I will give you a link to this video here if you would like to learn more about baryonyx and watch this lovely old BBC documentary. Check it out right there. But yeah, baryonyx ended up being kind of an important clue as to what Spinosaurids looked like after we realized that it was a Spinosaurid. It took a while after its discovery and publication for people to realize, like, holy cow, this looks really weirdly similar to Spinosaurus. And yeah.
Because during that time, new fossils were discovered in Africa, Europe, and South America that shared some similarities with Spinosaurus. For example, a theropod called Baryonyx walkeri
It's a terrible
was described
silhouette.
in 1986 by a pair of British researchers who noticed that it too had an elongated jaw with conical teeth, not unlike the lower jaw fragment described by Stromer all those years ago. Because of its long snout, plentiful teeth, and some fish teeth and scales that were found mixed in with its remains, the researchers suggested that baryonyx might be the first known piscivorous or fish-eating.
Piscivorous, like Pisces, piscivorous, fish eating.
The researchers suggested that baryonyx might be the first known piscivorous or fish-eating theropod. Then in the 1990s, more species were uncovered with a similar croc-like jaw. One small specimen was described in 1996 from a single skull fragment found in Brazil. Another was described from a more complete skeleton reported in Africa.
And what do you mean single skull fragment from Brazil? We've got a more or less complete skull of Irritator. Like, it is probably the best Spinosaurid skull in existence. Yeah, Brazil mentioned, says Hughes Caboons. Come to Brazil, bro. Yeah. We were talking about Irritator the other day when we were talking about dinosaur names. The story behind its name, Irritator, is an interesting and irritating one. I'll just say that.
Found in Brazil. Another was described from a more complete skeleton reported in Africa in 1998.
Yeah, and there's another documentary about that one here. Yeah. Which I still haven't seen. But, oh, did it get removed? 1998, I think it was. Colossal Claw. Yeah. Yeah. I still need to watch this. Yeah. I don't know about that. Looks very much earthbound. Okay. Anyway, yes, Suchomimus. We still don't have a monograph on this animal. We don't have like a good lengthy publication on this animal still, even still. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah. Exactly right. Crocodile mimic. Yep. Sorry.
It turned up that scientists decided to assign them all to a single group.
Yeah.
Paleontologists added all of these narrow-snouted Cretaceous theropods to the family called Spinosauridae, after Stromer's Spinosaurus. But during all this time, no new fossils of Spinosaurus itself had been found, except for a handful of bone fragments. Then it finally happened. In 2008, paleontologist Nizar Ibrahim was working on his doctorate in Morocco when a local fossil collector approached him with a box of fossils.
Almost certainly not Spinosaurus fossils. This is the thing. Spinosaurus is from Egypt. He's working in Morocco. It's gonna be a different animal. You know?
One fossil in particular caught Ibrahim's eye. It looked like Stromer's illustration of a Spinosaurus spine. Ibrahim convinced the man to lead him and his team to the original site of the fossils. The collector took them to a cliffside in the Kim fossil beds, and sure enough, it was a Spinosaurus treasure trove. There they found both hind limbs, much of the pelvis, several neural spines, and a large portion of the lower jaw from what was likely a juvenile Spinosaurus. The team took CT scans of the newly discovered fossils and created digital models based on Stromer's original descriptions. Then they put all the pieces together and published a paper announcing their findings in 2014. Nearly 100 years after Stromer first described Spinosaurus, paleontologists got a fresh look at the famous dinosaur. And it was weirder than anyone thought possible.
So a big part of this, I think, and most other dinosaur paleontologists, I think, would probably agree with me on this. Here you've got a bunch of different bones together that were mixed together from Stromer's original Spinosaurus from Egypt, and then Ibrahim et al.'s Spinosaurus, almost certainly a different kind of Spinosaurid, from Morocco, from probably millions of years before or after Stromer's original Spinosaurus. So, like, what you have here is what we would call a chimera. So there are parts of different Spinosaurid mixed in together like this. So of course it's going to look weird. You know? Yeah. And Kuasil says, is that a thing, putting animals with the same face shape in one group? Well, we're pretty darn confident that these are all part of the same family. But within a family, you'll have different genera and different species. And in this case, you probably have multiple genera of Spinosaurid. So different members of the Spinosaur family kind of jumbled together like this to create
For one thing, its nostrils were on the top of its snout.
And Harry says, what's the deal with those bones under the ribs? Those are our gastralia. Gastralia are the belly ribs. We see this in a lot of different dinosaurs, like a bunch of different theropod dinosaurs have gastralia like this. So that is, they're called belly ribs right there. Yeah. And these are, I don't know if they're true bony bones. They might be like almost ossified ligaments or something like that. I don't know, Claire, let me click that link that you just posted. Thank you. They're dermal bones. So they're bones that form in the skin, found in the ventral body wall of modern crocodilians and tuatara and many prehistoric tetrapods. So this is like a pretty typical thing in a lot of dinosaurs. There's gastralia on Tyrannosaurus right there. Yeah. And do we used to not know a lot about them? They're only found... So gastralia are tricky, Claire, because they will only get excavated if you have a very experienced crew who knows how to identify them and doesn't destroy them in the field, because they tend to be very thin like this. If the animal is preserved all in situ, in place, then you might have them preserved, and you might be able to recognize them, but the bigger the animal is, the more likely it is that they'll be disarticulated, and yeah. So if you have gastralia in a skeleton like this, that's a sign that whoever was digging this up really knew what they were doing, you know? Yeah. But also, these are some of the first bones to get washed away.
It's the dinosaur man!
Okay.
C. Eth, holy cow, thank you for the 3 months of support there, C. Eth. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Thank you for continuing to support science outreach and education here on Twitch. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Oh, I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Yeah. After an animal dies, lots of different pieces can get scattered. They can get pulled apart by scavengers. River currents might pull them away, or whatever else. So they're probably not even going to get preserved in the first place. That's why gastralia tend to be really rare. They're not hooked up to the rest of the bones here. They're just kind of floating there in the flesh of the belly. In the skin, really, surrounding the belly. And so after the animal dies, they're one of the first parts to fall apart. So if you find them, then that means that, like, holy cow, this is really well preserved. And then once you find them, you got to make sure that you dig them up properly. A lot of crews, if they're not very experienced, might dig straight through those because they're very small and thin. Yeah. And diagonal, yeah. They're homologous to a part of a turtleplasma. That makes sense. And there's a furcula there too, yes! So the crew that dug this up also knew what they were doing. They even found the wishbone there. This was the first time that a wishbone, a furcula, was ever reported in a Tyrannosaurus skeleton, I believe. I think it was 2004. Yeah. Another one of those elements that's very easy to misidentify or dig through if you're not expecting it. But yeah, here we go, full circle. The furcula, the wishbone, in Tyrannosaurus rex, and Suchomimus. This was the colossal claw dinosaur that we just saw in that documentary, remember? This one here?
Measuring the gape of the mouth is a peculiar sort of culmination to a year of work, which started...
Yeah, Suchomimus, a Spinosaurid, was one of the first two dinosaurs to ever really be described with a furcula like this. 2015 seems way too late for that. It had to have been earlier. I thought this was 2004. Oh no, this is different publication. Never mind. But yeah, and that is Pulsarina there, Sloppy Salamander. Yes, indeed. Anywho, back to Spinosaurus here. We don't want to get too distracted.
And it also had evidence of croc-like pressure receptors on the tip of its snout. Its limbs appeared suited to horizontal swimming in addition to walking.
And hang on, Nupa says, are there similar disconnected bones in other species? Yeah, Nupa. Here, I can show you one. Keep your seat, don't freak out. But, right here. Your kneecap, your patella, is one of these floaty bones. It doesn't actually articulate with other bones like that. But it's just kind of floating there. Your kneecap. Highlighted there in green is another one of those floaty bones. And this is a bone that does not exist in babies. Like a baby human, the patella is not developed yet. It actually turns to bone through ontogeny. Yeah. And yeah, the hyoid bone, also psychoanalysis. Yeah, the hyoid bone up here in your throat is also disconnected. Yeah. Yeah, and Tomiplodocus, of course, ankylosaurids. Ankylosaurs in general. Like Denversaurus here. They've got all of these armor plates over the surface of their ribs like that don't connect to the ribs. They're just kind of floating there in the skin. All of those there on the surface. Those armor plates. What we call osteoderms. Osteo meaning bone, derm meaning skin. They're skin bones. That these animals had as armor plating. Critter would have looked a lot like this in life. Yeah, isn't that cool? Yeah. Yeah, and Stegosaurus, exactly, mirror space. It's got those throat ossicles. Yeah. Stegosaurus has got a whole bunch of those. That all would have been flexible in life. Yeah. Almost like chainmail or something like that, you know? But not interlocking like chainmail. These are just in the skin. You know, think of them like metal rivets in a pair of jeans, except it's just, you've got so many rivets. Holy cow, it's mostly rivet at that point. Or like scale armor. There you go. It is literally scale armor in Airspace, yeah. Yeah, isn't that cool? Yeah. And Gozi says, I wonder why bones like that aren't naturally selected much anymore. They were, until very recently. Armadillos might still work like that in armadillos. In Glyptodonts, their armor is also made up of a bunch of bony plates like that, but it all interlocks and forms kind of a carapace. Yeah. Well, their tail was like that, though. Yeah, these guys are only recently extinct. Like, it could be because, you know, it could be largely based on human overhunting that these critters went extinct. But I'm trying to find you an embiggened image of that tail there. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, dermal armor like this in mammals just isn't very common, but it was much more common in dinosaurs and other archosaurs. Except for birds. There are not very many armored birds today, because birds tend to be pretty lightweight. The whole flying thing kind of, requires that, you know? But yeah. Anywho, back to Spinosaurids here.
And its bones were also more dense than other dinosaurs. All of these clues put together led Ibrahim and his colleagues to suggest that Spinosaurus actually spent at least part of its time in the water, making it the first known semi-aquatic dinosaur of any kind. As for the sail, paleontologists still can't agree on what it was for, but there have been some interesting ideas. Some think it was used as a threat display or to attract mates, while others think it could have regulated the creature's body temperature.
That makes sense.
A paper from 2016 suggests that it might have even functioned like the sail on a sail.
Yeah, oh my goodness, this paper. I'm a little embarrassed for PBS Eons that they included this paper in their video, because this was roundly rejected.
Fish, helping Spinosaurus maneuver in the water or to corral schools of fish. So Spinosaurus turned out to be totally unique and fascinating. But of course the question remains, Why? Why did this thing exist? What sort of environmental pressures could produce a giant sailback semi-aquatic dinosaur? Well, northern Africa wasn't always a giant desert. During the Cretaceous period, it was home to a river that stretched from what is now Morocco all the way to Egypt. Some researchers refer to this waterway as the River of Giants because it had an abundance of prey in the river and its surrounding tropical forests, as well as an unusually high density of big predators. Aquatic reptiles, giant sawfish, and coelacanths the size of buses swam in this ancient river, while
Yep, and you heard that right. Coelacanths the size of buses. Like Mawsonia. Well, maybe a Volkswagen bus. But, yeah. Huge critter. Mawsonia. An enormous coelacanth. I think still the largest coelacanth that we have so far. You know. Let me grab my coelacanth here. This is Latimeria chalumnae. This is not the full adult size for this animal. They get about twice as big as this. But, yeah. This is a modern coelacanth. A much celebrated living fossil. But they are very different from ancient coelacanths. Anyway, yeah, Mawsonia has got a very different looking skull. Very different lifestyle. It was a big animal. It was a big animal. And there is a Mawsonia and Spinosaurus swimming under the water. Oh boy, that's what this new paper is about. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, and then there were giant crocodilians as well. Yeah.
crocodiles sunned themselves on the shore, and giant theropods like Carcharodontosaurus roamed nearby. This kind of environment would have offered a lot of prey for Spinosaurus, but also a lot of fierce competition, both on land and in the water. So being able to take advantage of food sources in both places would have been a huge advantage. By
Xiphactinus is not the same critter, Clipper.
It could avoid
Very
direct
different
competition with other large theropods, but it could also prey on land animals if it needed to. The adaptations of Spinosaurus proved to be exquisitely useful, but nevertheless, as far as we know, they seem to be unique. There's no fossil evidence of any other aquatic dinosaurs, semi or otherwise.
That's no longer true, but we'll continue moving on.
But maybe there are others out there waiting to.
Oh, Xiphactinus was asked about in chat. Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying close enough attention. But yeah. Would Spinosaurus have encountered Xiphactinus? No. Xiphactinus lived tens of millions of years later, and on the other side of the world, and it's still smaller than Spinosaurus, obviously. But yeah, no worries, Claire. Sorry about that.
To be found. After all, Spinosaurus wasn't the only dinosaur that lived in a competitive environment. Until we find more like it, however, Spinosaurus will remain a truly distinctive character in the history of our planet, one of the most unique and fascinating apex predators the world has ever seen.
Yeah, so they didn't really get into like the, semi-aquatic or like, underwater Spinosaurus thing like you see in this illustration or in, I'm sure I can find you footage in here. From Dinosaur Discovery, this like AI-generated channel.
You're a fish in the late Cretaceous, swimming along the seas of what we now know as northern Africa. The water's warm. Things could be worse. But suddenly, you feel there's something behind you. You turn around, but it would have been visible from far away.
How did the Spinosaurus hunt prey?
A 2020 study suggested that the Spinosaurids had very fast tooth replacement rates, especially compared to a Bellosaurid. You'd see were 12, which tells us the preferred diet of a Spinosaurus. In a 2010 study, scientists looked at the tooth enamel on fossils
That's wrong tooth.
and found the
It's like a
Spinosaurus
mosasaur
teeth were based on this idea is supported
Anyway, I
by
was
the
trying to
fact
find
that
that like footage of Spinosaurus swimming underneath the water. It's from some sort of documentary that showed them like fully submerged. Oh, like this. It was here. Yeah.
The Spinosaurus possibly had webbed feet, so they're looking to reconstruct the dinosaur's foot to see how it moved its toes. This would be more evidence for Abraham's theory,
Yeah.
which he summarized as
Just cruising beneath the waves like a submarine.
that Spinosaurus was confined to wading and the apprehension of prey from around the edges of bodies of water. The morphology and function of its tail, along with its other adaptations for life in water, point to Spinosaurus having been an active and highly specialized aquatic predator that pursued and caught its prey in the water column.
Yeah.
Debate over? Well, not exactly.
Anyway. In a new study, University of Chicago's Professor Paul Serino and his colleagues critically assessed the methods of that prior research and identify significant flaws. Spinosaurus and its close relatives are fascinating because of their unusual anatomical features, the scarcity of specimens, and the fact that scientists had not found bones from parts of its body until very recently, they said. Unlike other meat-eating dinosaurs, there are strong clues that it lived near water and ate fish or other aquatic fare. This has fueled a lot of controversy about how the Spinosaurus lived. Was it a fast-swimming predator that chased fish like a sea lion? Or was it an ambush predator at the water's edge, grasping with its clawed hands like a giant version of a brown bear chasing salmon, or plunging its head into the water like a 7-ton heron from hell? I'd say no to both of those, sort of, but yeah. The authors began by asking new questions about bone density, such as how to digitize thin sections, where to slice through the thigh and rib bones, and whether to include bones from more than one individual. And we're talking about pachystosis here, about like the density of bones, making them more heavy. Yeah. Given the complexity of understanding the meaning of bone density, the paleontologist reevaluated how the statistical technique used in the previous study was applied to support the claim that Spinosaurus was a deep diver. The PFDA approach is like machine learning. It trains a classification algorithm on a group of species whose lifestyle is well understood. In principle, researchers could then use the algorithm to estimate the likelihood that a poorly understood species such as Spinosaurus falls into one behavioral group or another. In practice, however, there are problems that must be overcome, said Intellectual Ventures researcher Nathan Myhrvold. So Nathan Myhrvold and I were co-authors on a paper together, or a poster together at SVP in 2013 about Trurarchunkus, about our Alvarezsaur. Unfortunately, that technique does not work properly unless you have lots of data. You make apples-to-apples comparisons, and you check that data meets certain statistical prerequisites. So again, it's using like different methods like AI can lead you astray unless you use them exactly in the right way. You know? They're not magic. You have to understand these methods and use them in a way that is actually appropriate for the particular application that you're trying to use them for. You know? None of those requirements were met in that earlier study. So the results just don't hold up under re-examination. The new paper should help paleontologists understand the pitfalls of PFDA. That's P functional something analysis? I don't know what the D stands for. And other kinds of broad statistical analyses and how to avoid them. The researchers show that it is important to use consistent and objective criteria to decide which species to include and exclude, as well as to how to classify their behavior. Their findings also demonstrate the importance of taking measurement errors and individual variations into account when assessing bone density. We think Spinosaurus, one of the largest predatory animals ever to have evolved, needed extra bone strength to support its weight on its relatively short hind limbs, Professor Sereno said. Spinosaurus was able to wade into waterways more than 6 feet deep without floating, where it could ambush fish of any size with its claws and jaws, but all while keeping its toes firmly anchored in the mud. And this is in the journal PLOS ONE, which is open access.
Access granted.
Good stuff. And we will take a look at this paper real quick. Hang on just a minute here. There we go. Caveats on the use of bone compactness and PFDA for inferring lifestyle. Good stuff. I am going to be reading this on my own, and I'm going to need to cite this paper. I got to read this cover to cover so I can properly cite this in my upcoming paper on Spinosaurids, but it is interesting stuff. They've got a very numbers-heavy kind of approach here, which is not at all what I'm doing. Totally different approach. I've got in my study, I'm not very much of a numbers guy, more of a, well, you'll see. But yeah. Conclusions about Spinosaurid ecology and lifestyle. Anytime a study like this comes out that agrees with my own conclusions about Spinosaurs, there's a little jab of fear there. It's like, am I getting scooped here? Did somebody else come to the same conclusions that I did using the same methods? You always got to worry about this as a scientist. It's like, you hope that other people's research confirms your own findings. You hope that you're on the right track there. That this truth that you're trying to reach about the natural world, you hope that other people will agree with your findings and will reach the same conclusions because they're looking at other lines of evidence. But I'm always a little bit afraid that like somebody else will hit upon these same ideas that I've had and use the same methods. This is actually good news in this case. So we've got other researchers using different methods to reach some of the same conclusions that I have reached. And when you've got different methods that yield the same results, that's a good clue that you're on the right track, that what you're finding is not just you. You're not making some mistake. This isn't some flight of fancy or anything, but this is the real deal. This is actual reality that you're uncovering through the study of fossils. And exciting. I might have to take a few days off from streaming at some point in the next couple months in order to actually get this paper ready to the point where I can submit it for publication. So I'll let you know. I'll put that on the calendar when I'll be doing that, if and when I do that. Because I want to get this paper submitted for publication before I leave for the field this summer, which could be as early as early May. We'll see. But yeah. Anyway, Harry says, how many guys are studying Spinosaurs globally? It's quite a few, actually, Harry. Probably about a dozen to maybe even 24 people are studying Spinosaurids globally. Which is kind of nuts, because that's more than the number of Spinosaurid specimens that we have. Spinosaurids are almost like hominids in that regard. It used to be that we had more hominid researchers than we had hominid fossils. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Crutchy, well, I appreciate that follow right there. Thank you. I'll be streaming again on Monday, and now I'm actually going to be wrapping this up, Crutchy. But thank you. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I dig up during the summers. I will be digging up some dinosaurs live on stream in a few months. Hope you'll tune in for that. It was a ton of fun last year, and oh man, I'm looking forward to doing even more of that this year. But anyway, I've got to read this paper, and I've got to be able to incorporate this into my manuscript before I get that published. So yeah, I think it's about time we wrap up tonight's stream. So, let's do that. Don't go away just yet, chat. We're gonna go right into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch. If we can find anybody else doing some science. Let's see here. And thank you to everybody who is about to appear in our credits, rolling up the screen right there. Good stuff. Who else is on right now? Science Streams is on. Let's go bid hello to Science Streams here. Hopefully Balint is back from his conference. He was presenting some research in our nation's capital just a couple days ago. Balint and Lita are both active research scientists. They are molecular and systems biologists. And like me, they also stream science here on Twitch. And it's always a good time over at Science Streams. So we'll go see what they're up to. Thank you everybody, again, who's appearing here in our credits. All those names. Moderators and raiders, followers and cheerers, gifters and subscribers. Appreciate you all. Thank you for helping me do what I do here. It means a lot to me. It's only because of your support that any of this is possible. So thank you for that. Without further ado, let's go jump into to Science Streams. There's about 3.5 minutes left until the stream actually starts, but well, we can wait that long, can't we? I'll see you there, everybody. You take care of yourselves. Have a great weekend. I'll see you on another stream on Monday. Until then, now, let's get into Science Streams. I'll see you there. Bye-bye.